Not my streamer forgetting to turn on his model. Hold on. I was like, I'm gonna start a couple minutes early because I don't care. And then I just literally forgot to, to do the thing I'm supposed to do. Huh? Oh, did I minimize it? I'm stupid. There we go. Hello, chat. I'm a little bit of an idiot. We took you long enough. I'm 5 minutes early. Half nice lunacy count? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Viewers ignoring the VTube? Shush. Okay. I haven't been doing this as long. So hello, chat. We're here. We're in part 2. We got a couple things to speak about before jumping into the Canto. First things first, I'm gonna read the ID story after, because I'm fairly certain it's gonna have spoilers. And I haven't read it yet. So we're not gonna worry about that until after I play the content. Secondly, I'm fairly certain the ID has spoilers in the in the mechanics. So first things first, 2 new ego. First off, move in regular. These ego were literally made for me, chat. 2 envy ego that function off of envy resonance and make envy resonance a more consistent team, and also Heathcliff's is a burn ego. Like, what were they thinking? The new Outis ego is really cool. I'm going to talk about Heathcliff's first because I think it's probably the least interesting thing in the update. Move-in regulation, registration. I don't know what reg stands for. Who cares? What team will you use? I'll probably actually use syncing today. Because I do like having an opportunity to use the new stuff, and I haven't been able to use the index stuff. So, move-in registry. That's another thing it could stand for. It's a 4 to 13, which is unremarkable, but can get up to 4 to 22, which is nice. It gains charge count based on resonance, so that's always good. And if it's envy resonance, it always gains the maximum. And then it consumes all of it, and deals a bunch more damage, and also gains a base power from it. It inflicts the thing that makes Wrath and Envy skills do more damage, and also inflict burn on winning a clash against the target, which is nice. Just registration. I have no idea. There's a lot of things it could mean with this abnormality in particular. And then it also gains a bit of charge count on the last hit, just to be safe. And bind is nice. Corrosion, I mean, it's just more of the same. I honestly think that the corrosion is a bit not necessary. Passive is crazy. This passive is ridiculously good in any burn team. Or any team that has an envy skill on the Heathcliff. This is like, at minimum, 6 burn per skill on Heisho Heathcliff? Like, it just solves all the problems that that ID has with inflicting burn. See, and also, by the way, he perfectly feels it, so that's cool. Now, one thing I will complain about is that this is a burn ego that needs gluttony. Thankfully, that's been solved. But it does require, in fact, 1 gluttony, which pisses me off on a spiritual level, even though it's not even a problem anymore. So that's Heathcliff's. His is the least interesting thing added this update. Then we've got, I'll go for scissors, how about you? Which is a Zayn, which is already way important. 6 burn. That's a good amount of burn. Like, that's a really good amount of burn. It is a different resistance than her base ego, which is always good. Doesn't activate the on-hit without cracking effects on unopposed attacks, which is a very funny thing because it's a heal. You need to, clash. I almost said, yeah. Burn Yi Sang Dimension Shredder? Not really. No, I wouldn't call it that. It also just does not heal allies who don't have an envy skill. Which is interesting. I didn't even read that part when I was looking at it before. But the most important thing here is the Clash Win effect, which consumes your envy resources by how much envy res you have, and then gives you resources of your least own affinities based on how much you spent. Envy's resonance teams have a big problem with generating sin affinities that aren't envy. Who would have thought? So this actually solves that issue by itself. The one problem with the Envy Res team is that I don't think the best Envy Res team has a Lust skill in it. So you're gonna have to run... Well, okay, it has Multi-Crack Faust, but I think that's literally the only one. So this, thankfully, is solved now. Needle is funny because it just gives them bleed count when you hit them with an Envy skill. Which is hilarious. Helps with the middle IDs needing bleed conditionals despite not inflicting any. The corrosion just does a lot of damage. I don't like that it's positive coin, but I get it. It has attack weight. I mean, so does the Awakening, but it's 3 coins attack weight. Inflicts more needle on Clash Lose. Also, for some reason, this inflicts nails. I don't know why. But Nails is a pretty good status effect, so I can't really complain about it. Passive just lets you deal envy damage on Clash Win, and also inflict attack powered... No, sorry, also inflict power down on Clash Win if the target's on low HP. Which is just nuts. Like, I know that this is just the Voodoo Doll effect, but on Clash Win instead. This effect on a passive is ridiculous. Even if it is locked to 33% on self or target. I didn't even notice that. I have a feeling that Outis is probably going to get a middle ID this season. Judging by this ego. Because currently, chat, I want you to type out the entire list of Outis IDs that have envy skills. If any of you have a list that is longer than 1 ID, you are incorrect. There is one Outis ID that has an envy skill. And it is not a bleed ID, notably. So, oh no, I think you do slot Red Eyes Rioshu into Envy Res. It's like, just genuinely a good ID for the team. So, yeah, the fact that this ID is the best ID to use this ego with, and it isn't even bleed, kind of signifies that we're probably getting a bleed Outis at some point this season. And that's most likely going to be middle. I don't expect to get her for a while, because Outis just got an ID, and I think she's already an ID ahead. But, haha, yeah, the Sonic meme. And then we've got the last ID. The index, and then they say a slur, device, Don Quixote, who has 8 skills. So, the thing about this ID is that it's really good. This is a really good ID. I wouldn't put it in the top 5. Her mechanics are basically the same as Faust's in terms of, like, what you're supposed to do. On turn 1, what you want to do is either use your marked skill against the target who has the prescripts target, or you want to use her defense skill, because that also puts her into unlock state. And that will turn on her entire kit. After the first turn, you probably don't need to do this anymore. She has a lot of mechanics that gain her SP, and Sinking Team has a lot of ways to increase ally SP. You've got Yisang, who does it with Butterfly. You've got Gregor, who also does it with Butterfly. And then you've got fluid sac, which is not a sinking ego, but does the same thing. So, like, it doesn't matter too much. That, once you hit unlock 1, by the way, unlock just heals SP at the end of combat. Not the end of turn. This is a different activation window. It'll put her into her ego state. But also what's cool about this is that it also forces her up to 10 SP. It'll cost you karmic consequence, but that's not really a bad thing. Like, okay, yeah. Having 20 karmic consequence, which is what it'll put you at if you use her counter at 0 SP. That's 1 fragile and 2 defense level down. That's roughly 16% more damage being taken if you get hit. I don't really see that as that big of an issue. Obviously, you'd want to rather get it using her skill, rather than her counter. But it's really not a big deal if you have to gain karmic consequence. Once she is in that state... Also, other thing to point out, she just has N-Corp Faust passive, but for Gloom Resonance. So that's cool. Yeah, no, I know. It's based off a character we haven't encountered yet, which is why the name is censored. This is not the name of the ID. Her unlocked counter also does this, by the way. If you do this 3 times in a row from the start of combat, you're at 50 karmic consequence, which is a lot. But also just don't get hit. So, there's that. This ID's main upside is dealing an obscene amount of damage. With a little bit of roll inconsistency thanks to her skills eating SP. But, that's really not that big of a downside. Also, yeah, they did release the actual, like, kit on Steam. I'm not gonna look at it on stream because I have the ID. The big downsides to this ID, because it does have downsides, which is why I wouldn't put it in the top 10 IDs. When it comes to both of her primary status effects, she has some big consistency issues. Index Faust was never really great at inflicting a consistent amount of sinking. It's a really high amount of potency, but she inflicts, like, no count whatsoever. But her poise was really good and consistent, especially because it's on Faust. So, you know, Thoracalgia. This ID, once she gets to unlock 3, gains an extra poise count every time she gains poise. It's still mostly negative on the majority of her skills, even with that. I think her skill 3 is positive once you get to that point. It's negative by default. And her skill 1 is also positive once you get to that point. But her poise generation is not super consistent, so she needs help with that if you're going to utilize it. That is not a huge amount of her damage. Like, the extra 20% damage on crit really doesn't make that much of a difference. It's obviously good, but she is very count negative in that regard. Other thing I'd like to point out, this is the first poise ID with a blunt skill since Virodian. Which is really funny, because that idea is bad. Would Thoracalgia Faust fix that easily, or does it need more? I would say... I actually don't know. I think it probably fixes it, but it's... You can never go wrong with having a bit more as well. I think the only other thing about this ID is that it doesn't really have a great selection of ego, but that's just because Dawn doesn't really have a great selection of ego, so that's not entirely her fault. Thoracalgia fixed it for you in testing? Okay, fair enough. I would expect it to. That is an extra poise count every turn, so. But yeah, I think that the ID is really good. It's just on its own, it has consistency issues. In an actual poise setup, it's got no problems whatsoever. Maid Ishmael Erasure? It's not Erasure, it's just that Maid Ishmael is not as good. Like, she's fine. Like, this ID is okay. And it does inflict slash fragility, but also you would have to run her in the team when you have poise IDs like Family Hierarch Candidate and Pequod Captain. So, like, there's a little bit of give and take there. Dawn only has good ego if you're big and envy. Yeah, that's true. Like, most of her ego is centered around belief. Oh, she has 2 ego, by the way, that have poise effects, but aren't actually poise ego. In Red Sheet and Wishing Cairn. I don't know why they did that, but oh well. But yeah. So I'm either playing Sinking or Envy Resonance today, because obviously I think Sinking is probably the team in which I would be able to show off the most of the new stuff in it, because, you know. But then I'd have to level up my Sinking IDs, which I have not done. Well, I haven't leveled up some of them. And there's a few here that aren't leveled up that I need it. Do Envy Res? I mean, I do like Envy Res, and it saves me from having to use an ID that is clearly a spoiler. But at the same time, it is Envy Res, so there's that too. Oh yeah, in comparison to AEDD, by the way, this is just better on any charge Heathcliff, because it actually gains charge without being low on HP. You'll think we'll get an 8 Sinners fight soon? No. With how quick Dawn unlocks, in my experience, she effectively does not have blunt skills because all her unlocked skills are slash. That is true. Didn't we leave off stuck with Merceau, Rioshu, Yisang, and Greg? Yes. And if that's the case, then I'll obviously be using a team based around them for the start. What is the name of this fish I'm taking care of? It's just a beta fish, Angela. Or are you asking me to give it a name? You could make a case for Paralyze? I mean, yeah, you could. But at the same time, you know. But anyways, we'll read the story. That's Luxcavation. We'll read the story after we do the actual story. This goes up to, I believe, 9-35. Because I looked and there is a new tier of thread Luxcavation. So, children. I am a fish enjoyer. I love eating them. You shouldn't... Okay, we don't know who that is. You shouldn't eat the beta fish.
그렇게 줄이는 거 아니라고. 아니, 그런 게 아니라고, 엄마. 나 하는 거 보고 잘 따라해봐. 이제 진짜 알겠지? 앞으로 까먹으면 안 돼.
안타까운 일이구나.
Children yearn for the ego. I kind of do too. They're such good ego. 35 from 918. That's not unusual. That's roughly the same amount of stages as in part 1. So.
그토록 예리하고 예리하게 펴린 칼로 베어낸 게 고작 자신의 머릿속이라니.
이 새끼 아직 그 집에 있잖아.
Oh no. They actually found a way to put this guy into another cutscene. That's insane.
그래서 나는 선을 긋는 법 대신 선을 잇는 법을 배웠지.
Even if it is a reused line.
지금은 실타래의 바깥에서 네가 놓친 순간들을 보고 있어.
Albert and George. Combine it. Name it George Bert.
끝이 시작을 스칠 때 나는 너를 안고 집으로 갈 거야.
Shu. Rioshu, are you alright?
그래.
Rioshu closed her eyes shut, then opened them again. Yes, that's called blinking, Dante. some time ago at the laboratory.
아비들은 왜 너희 같은 것들을 만들었지? 나 하나도 감당하기 힘들다고 불평했던 자들이 왜 하수인들을?
자식. 우리는 자식이라 불리옵니다.
I don't know why this is question marks. We know this guy's name. Oh well.
그 자식이라는 것의 역할은 무엇이지?
요시히데, 그대가 다시 거미집에 돌아오게 될 날, 저희 5 자식은 당신이 난도질한 끈을 하나로 엮어 실타래를 완성할 것이옵니다. 거미집의 아버지들은 염려하셨습니다, 요시히데.
Yeah, sure, man.
거미집에 돌아온 그대가 아비들과 보낸 시간까지 놓쳐버린 상태라면
We forgot his name because everybody liked Albina more. Is that even true?
그댄
I mean, probably.
그대를 키우고 벼려낸 세월이 아까울 거라 하였지요.
고작 그런 역할이나 시키면서 자식이란 단어로 부르나?
호칭이 어떻든 관계는 달라지지 않사옵니다.
아니, 울림이 다르다. 자식이라는 건 더 질기고 끈끈하지. 내가 이 검으로 머릿속을 난장판이 될 정도로 베어냈어.
Who is this guy?
한 가닥만큼은
We fought
나의
this guy.
것으로.
We unironically, we wiped the floor with him.
하오나, 주인님이 제게 전해주시길 지난 세월간 그대를 충분히 보듬었다. 그리 말씀하셨사옵나이다.
그자가 나를?
요시히데, 족쇄로 사는 기분은 어떠니?
Okay, I see.
나는 바깥의 선선한 공기를 마음껏 마시지도 못하고
Oh, this is the scene from the initial trailer, isn't it?
다른 소지들처럼 산과 암벽을 발길 닿는 대로 자유롭게 걸음할 수도 없으며 내키는 대로 날개와 뒷골목 사이를 누비지도 못하게 되었구나.
무슨 뜻인지 모르겠어요.
모르겠니? 고작 여기서 네 아비로 지내자고 내가 악착같이 살아온 것이 아니라는 뜻이란 걸. 응? 요시히데, 어떻게 생각하니? 쑥 그치거라. 뭘 잘했다 오는 건지.
Yeah, it really seems like all of them just hate her, except for the middle guy.
울고 싶은 것은 언제나 나였건만. 너를 떠맡게 된 이후로 하루도 울고 싶지 않았던 날이 없었구나.
우리 엄마 다 모두 빠졌어요.
내 앞에서 칭얼거리지 말거라. 더럽게 훌쩍거리긴. 불쾌하구나. 그건 네가 늙고
Jesus.
우둔한 탓인데. 다음에는 똑바로 보고 피하렴.
Does the index guy not like her too? It's kind of hard to tell.
차라리 그 다리 한쪽에 날아가 봤으면. 그래야 너도 내 심정을 손톱만큼이라도.
The ring guy seemed pretty chill. Yeah, I guess it's fair. He honestly felt like he didn't really care.
그자야말로 날 제일 증오했어. 자신의 결말을 나의 탓으로 돌렸지.
하지만 요시히데, 그 덕으로 인해 그대가 소생과 저치의 검을 막아낼 수 있을 정도의 실력을 갖추게 된 것 아니옵니까?
That brute. The man blocked the ring apprentice's blow as though it was a performance meant for Rioshu. No, they're fighting each other because they hate each other.
이건 인연인 건 알겠지만 이건 기회야. 치고받고 할 때 여기서 철수하자고. 황금 가지를 가져간 그저를 쫓아야지. 응?
어디로 갔는지는 알 수 없었어. 허나 지금이
It's
여기서
that sun guy from FNAF. That's not even true. We made our escape through another route while the Ring and the Pinky apprentices were busy fighting each other. Hello, Lotus.
그건 소잡이라는 자의 기술이었나?
그래.
So their entire strat is just to stand there and not attack you while you beat the crap out of them? That seems like a pretty bad one.
도련해졌던 기억 중 하나였지만 맛부터 보니 알겠더군.
Shiny Soul Rock. Shiny Soul Rock is red.
아비들은 내가 자신들의 모든 기술을 남김없이 흡수하기를 바랐지. 소지쪽, 놈도 날 증오한 것과는 별개로 자신의 기술을 내게 습득시켰다. 더 많은 사람을 더 빠르게 처리할 수 있도록 이겠지.
Oh, you act like you're very important, and you probably are, but it's a little annoying.
그러니 저들에겐 뼈아픈 실책일 수밖에. 내가 거미줄을 나오면서 그들이 기껏 만들어 놓았던 보람이 날아갔으니.
뭐 세상엔 애증이라는 형태가 생각보다 더 많은 것 같아.
Angela, please don't do that.
기억은 그대가 직접 도려낸 것이오.
그래, 내 손으로.
I was reminded of the expression I saw on Rioshu's face in one of her memory fragments, when she sliced off the Pinky nurse father's tongue. No, we can't see her face. When she drove the blade she never unsheathed before us into that woman's mouth. What I saw in Rioshu was the expression of suffering.
이 검을 뽑아 무언가를 팰 때마다 같이 베어진다. 내 머릿속도.
Oh, so you're a member of the Dietchi Association.
그래서 나는 이 검을 휘두르고 싶지 않았어. 하지만 검을 뽑지 않았다면 나는 그자들에게 영영 빼앗기고 말았겠지.
The one last thing Rioshu didn't want to let go. The word that came out of Lei Heng's mouth the moment he saw her. Your baby. The Metroid Other M moment? Sorry. It was for her that Rioshu sliced off both her own memories and the Pinky nurse father's tongue.
내 피가 섞였고 내가 기른 내 딸이다.
Lei Heng said she's still there in the House of Spiders.
그래. 나만이 알고 아무도 찾을 수 없는 금고 안에 있다.
What was your daughter to you? I don't know, probably her daughter?
이제 와서 못할 말도 아니겠지. 단 하나뿐인 소중한 존재. 그것뿐이다.
Even without her memories, Rioshu spoke without any doubt. I caught myself thinking how nice it must be to have such certainty. I see. As long as we can stick to this path, we'll all eventually find the things we lost.
그렇겠지. 알고 있다.
Come on, let's go after them. With the elevator still busted, they can't have escaped to a different floor just yet. The golden bow. It's faint, but I can still sense its presence. Aren't all of them here? I thought all of the golden bows were here, but it seems like there's just one. Oh, just more of these guys. Man. I'm so sick of fighting Pekatulum. Alright, well, since we are still stuck with these guys, I'm gonna use Tremor for now. Tremor in air quotes. Don't worry about it.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
and then we'll switch to resonance once we actually get somewhere. That's just a bleed team? No, it really isn't. To be fair, Yisang is supposed to be Heisho right now. But, don't worry about it. But it doesn't really matter, because Gregor is going to be the MVP every single fight anyway, so... How many of them? Only 8. This is like a really cringe filler fight. Mostly because it exists. And is a filler fight. Thank you, Koth. Fight my Pecatola, me reusing my joke like this encounter is reused. True! Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. I think they might have stuck us with Gregor because they knew people underestimate him constantly, and they're like, use Night All. Stupid player base. You will use Night All Gregor. And you will like it. And I do like it. I like the ID quite a lot. Gotta remind a place is effed up by showing the results of multiple breakdowns. But we already fought them. We already fought them like 3 times. You know, part 1 had 6 new enemies, if you don't count the Ebony Queen's Apple refight. Because let's be honest, the other 2 refights were not new at all. Okay, that didn't kill somehow. And Rioshu was MVP for 100% of the fights. That's true, but you're dumb. Haha, got him. Pirate's fine too. Rioshu, you were so far away from all the enemies there that I literally couldn't tell who you were hitting with that. Like... Okay, he'll just kill that guy from full. That's alright. Well, that was fun. I didn't even know that we were gonna win that. That turn. I thought it was gonna take another turn, but then Rioshu decided to AoE for no reason. New hires? Uh-oh. Who's that referring? Why purple? Oh, right, because we just got that background. I like that they broke us off into teams. I actually do like that, but I mean, they broke us off into teams, and then you could use 0 of the sinners that have the new stuff. So, you know. We continued toward the corridor full of corpses and debris.
차라리 알리사 씨처럼 의식 있는 사람이라도 발견되면 좋을 텐데.
아저씨, 방금 제 손바닥 밟았잖아요.
Who the heck?
아이고 미안합니다. 이거 아니고 생존자였나 지금?
Everyone turned around, hearing the alarm in Gregor's voice. Huh. A lone survivor, the only one who seemed conscious among the bodies crushed under the debris, was looking up at us with her face scrunched up in pain. Something tells me this is not an LCB person.
괜찮은 것이요.
아니요. 아파요. 한참 동안 이러고 있었는데 지나가는 사람도 없었고.
How did Gregor step on your hand? Like...
제 옆에 같이 깔린 분이랑 서로 이야기하면서 버티고 있었는데 갑자기 10분 전부터 아무런 말도 안 하는 거 있죠? 서로 이름도 알려줬는데.
이자를 말하는 건가? 의도적으로 죽은 척하고 있지만 여전히
He's
내게
pretending to be dead. The man in a suit stopped playing dead and slowly opened his eyes.
눈치채셨군요.
What the heck?
아무래도 이런 상황에서 밖에 나가면 가장 먼저 뭘 먹을지 도란도란 이야기를 나누는 건 너무 죽을 사람 같지 않습니까?
그래도 저는 밖에 나가면 아몬드를 뿌린 바닐라 아이스크림이랑 치즈가 들어간 샌드위치를 먹고 싶어요. 라비 씨는요?
I guess it would be Dimension Shredder, wouldn't it? Judging by the outfit.
보내줄까?
부탁 좀 드릴 수 있겠습니까?
Let's just get them out. With the sinner's help, the two employees who'd been trapped under the rubble managed to break themselves free.
왼쪽 다리 말고는 이상 없군요.
오른쪽 팔이 부러진 것 같긴 한데 이 정도는 아몬드랑 생선을 많이 먹으면 며칠 만에 금방 붙을 거예요.
I hate to be that guy, but I don't think almonds and fish can repair your broken arm.
꼭 꺼내주셔서 감사합니다. 저는 소라라고 해요.
덕분에 살았습니다. 라비라고 부르시면 됩니다. 그런데 혹시 어느 부서 분이신지?
혹시 예전에 우리 본 적 없어?
Never took you for a
저번에 그
doctor.
단체로에서 검진도 받고 갔었는데.
Well, I don't like to brag about it.
저희는 오늘 입사한 신입사원입니다.
신입?
예, 최근 엔케팔린 정제부서에 채용 일정이 있었어서요. 오늘이 채용된 인원들이 처음 출근하는 날이었습니다.
Yeah, how did you only break one arm when they're chained together?
인수인계해줄 LC 연구원분을 찾아가는 사이에 이런 꼴이 되었지만 말입니다.
이 장비는 오늘 처음 입어봤는데 볼수록 흥미로운 것 같아요.
How did you get trapped under the debris?
자네에는 어쩌다 깔린 것이요?
Oh, right. I was like, why is Yisang saying the same thing? And then I realized they probably can't understand what Dante is saying.
그게요. 복도를 걷고 있다가 잠깐 걸음을 멈추고 서 있었어요. 제가 원래 그래요. 궁금한 게 생기면 다른 일을 못하고 계속 골몰라거든요.
이해하오.
What?
연장한 대체로 떠오른 번뜩이
I can relate. That does not sound like something Yisang would say.
에고 장비에 대해 실험하고 싶은 게 떠올랐는데 이 영감을 당장 해소하지 않고서는 도저히 다음 할 일을 못하겠더라고요.
이고 장비, 손목에 찬 그 족쇄를 말하는 것이요.
맞아요. 조금 불편하긴 해도 하나뿐인 저만의 에고예요.
푸념이 길군. 다음에 일어난 일부터 설명해라.
죄송해요. 그게 갑자기 복도 끝.
How's bro talking? You can talk with a bandana over your mouth, you know.
그때 천장에 내려앉았어요. 제가 딴 생각에 빠져있지만 않았어도 깔릴 일은 없었을 텐데.
다행이라고 할지는 모르겠지만 깔리지 않았다면 생존 확률은 드물었을
My
수
brain
있어.
hurts. How are you?
침입자들도
Is it a bandana? No. It's like it's a large shackle. But the thing is, you're not actually blocking the vocal cords with the shackle. You're just blocking the mouth. So you'd be perfectly able to communicate.
네? 그 사이에 그런 일이.
유감이라는 말밖에는 해줄 수 있는 것이 없구려.
혹시 더 발견된 생존자는 있습니까?
20 남짓 있어. 다행히 팀장을 포함하여 남은 인원들이 모여 있었지.
다행이군요.
그대는 괜찮은 것이오. 막 입사한 회사에서 이런 일이 벌어졌는데 제법 강건하구려.
I don't know who Ravi is supposed to be a reference to, but Sora definitely does not strike me as trustworthy. It is Dimension Shredder. It's just that we know from certain other things that it's probably a little more than just Dimension Shredder.
이런 상황에 대한 교육도 받았기 때문에 각오는 하고 있었습니다. 설마 입사하자마자 이런 일이 생길 줄은 몰랐지만.
대단한 걸. 아무리 그래도 신입이.
당신들은 어디로 가던 중이셨습니까?
우린 승강길 찾고 있었어. 대충 이 방향인 것 같긴 한데 확실은 없어서 말이지.
승강기 제가 어디 있는지 알고 있어요. 같이 가도 될까요?
앞장서라.
무전기에서 뭐라고 하는데
The call's breaking up.
아무래도 무전기 전파
I
변경을
wonder how the
넘어가 버리면.
others are faring. Probably bad.
저도 동료들의 소식을 들을 수 있으면 좋으련만요.
동감입니다.
The two LTE researchers sighed anxiously as we hurried to the elevator's direction. I am considering the team that has Rodion on it kind of went up against a big brother of the middle. I guess Faust's team just found a sculpture, but it's probably very evil. So oh my god. Alright, let me fix this, because this is the wrong Yi-Sang. Okay. Now it's Tremor.
사냥감인가 몸이 끓어오르는.
Oh, hold on. Is there a better clash? Yeah, literally anything else would have been a better clash. Okay.
일기당천.
Yeah, they can't revive themselves, but that doesn't mean I'm unable to revive them later. Yeah, just more Pekatula. I kind of wish we were fighting, like, anything else. Just so it wasn't focused encounters for these. I'd rather just get through the filler fight so that I have to actually play the game. 500 Pekatula? Pardon? That's a lot more than you think it is. Okay. Thank you, 50% chance on the Pekatola coin flip. Wish there was green tremor for rupture? There is, it's just not tremor. It's called, I actually don't remember what it's called. Concussion, that's what it's called.
받아볼 텐가. 여기가 네 약점인가?
We've gone through that, we got digital. That's true. My IDs are all level 55, so they get to have a fun time suffering with clashing. Yeah, I don't ever go in at below max level anymore. I played the entirety of Canto 5, 5 levels under the level cap, because I didn't realize it had gone up. So... and that was painful. And so I will not be doing it again, as you can probably tell. Oh. Once again, I didn't realize I was using the AoE. Okay, we've got the big guy. If I remember correctly, this is the only enemy here that is even remotely threatening. I don't know, maybe the pride guy is, but that doesn't really scare me still. I don't know why people keep getting into these Cantos with under-leveled units. Because they want to have more of a challenge. This game is already pretty easy, still. Or they just forget. Which is believable, because this has a lot of, yeah. Put them on a sundial instead? Okay. I think Sora's a girl. I actually cannot tell. Sora is a girl. Okay, well. There's probably something that gives it away at some point. Is all I'm gonna say. It's a lot of units to level up, so I like hoarding my SP tickets. That's fair. I don't like leveling up units if I haven't... Oh. Alright. Oh, we're looking at Hohenheim. Is he covered in blood or grease? I think it's grease, because Don looks to be fine.
그리고 이 구역의 생존자들은 유감스럽게도 보이지 않는군.
그 역시도 그럴 수밖에. 시체의 형태만 봐도 알 수 있겠네.
Congrats on your 1 extra enkephalin. No, you get the full level's worth.
지금 상황에서 저들을 도울 수 있는
Yeah, because these were the guys...
파우스트도 생각합니다.
These were the guys that ended up not encountering any actual enemies yet, so they're probably fine.
그렇겠지. 상심은 그대가 클 텐데 미안하네.
Hohenheim's got the tank ego, so that maybe he's more beaten up. Is that even true? Heathcliff just casually slides across the screen? Okay. Why is he...
덧붙이자면 그렇게 인상을 쓰고 고개를 기울이거나 화면을 보고 어? 라고 말하는 것도 금지되어 있답니다.
The store comes for me, so if I die, I die. I don't think you'll die. The last time I was in call with you and that storm happened, you were okay. It was just really loud.
아니, 느낌이 안 좋아. 분위기도 쎄하고. 야, 그대로 멈춰. 밖으로 나가지 마. 뭔가 있어.
It always astonishes me, because Heathcliff is unironically one of the smarter members of this team. And nobody pays attention to it because whenever he talks, he just sounds like an idiot. But he has, like, the street smarts. And that's very important for a team like this. Oh, yeah.
아니, 좀 더 혈관을 확장시켜서 그래. 이래야 좀 더 낫겠네.
Is that our Gallia's voice actor? I think it might be.
진짜네요. 이대로 곧바로 나갔다간 바로 마주쳤을 거예요.
이때까지 상황을 미뤄봤을 때 약지 측을 담당하는 인물이라 보는 편이 옳겠군요.
Oh boy. I wonder why, Faust.
아비 카론에 납치한 놈처럼 어마무시하게 세다는 거네.
자네들 지난 모노리스 실험에서 나를 두들겨 팼을 때 보여준 그 기세는 어디로 갔나?
Gee, I wonder.
아, 누가 들으면 오해할 소리를. 그때는 뒤틀림을 패는 거였고, 아니 패는 게 아니라, 아이씨 아무튼.
전시된 신체들이 남아있는 흔적을 봤을 때 저자와 맞붙어서 이길 가능성은 낮을 것입니다. 파우스트는 관리자 단테와 완전히 분리된 상황에서 승산 없는 전투를 벌이는 걸 권장하지 않습니다. 인격을 사용할 수도 없는 상태이기 때문에 이 시점의 전투는
Oh.
무의미한 소모전일 뿐일 터.
Yeah, the third team is just dead.
적에 대한 정보조차 미비한 지금 만에 하나 저희가 손쓸 수 없을 정도의 치명상을 입게 된다면
관리자 나리가 돌아왔을 때 차디차게 식어가는 싱클레어 군을 볼 수도 있다는 소리니까.
Okay.
차디찬 돈키호테 씨도 함께일 수 있는 거고요.
The sass.
팀장님, 저자가 이쪽 복도를 계속 상주하면
곤란하군. 통제실에 가려면 마주칠 확률이 높겠어.
너 그 망가진 설비인가 뭔가 고치는데 얼마나 걸리냐?
I'm sorry, what?
너 그 망가진 설비인가 뭔가 고치는데
Cecily says binga bonga. Binga bonga. Okay.
이 공격은 사보타주에 가까우니
Rank 3 spam.
평범한 고장 수리 같은 게 아니라 하나씩 풀어내며 고쳐야 할 걸세. 파손 정도를 눈으로 보기 전까지 확답할 수는 없네만 손상이 적더라도 빨리 마무리되진 않겠지. 진짜. 마튼 표준 모형을 따르지 않는 에너지 분배기는 유지 보수가 어렵다고 내가 몇 번을 말하지 않았나?
연구소의 이 구역 설계는 팀장님이 짜셨어요.
Wrecked.
보고서 마감 기한이 일주일가량 남았을 때였나 보군. 아마도 주어진 시간 안에 할 수 있는 최선이었을 걸세.
It's like, why did you do this wrong? Actually, you were the one to do it. Yeah, I did the best I could.
시간을 끌거나 유인할 방법 없을까요? 대여섯 가지 정도의 방법이 떠오르는군. 그중 하나를 제안하자면
You say based Yu-Gi-Oh reference, but for chat's information, my favorite deck is rank 3s. Specifically, a combination of Materia Actor, Goblin Biker, and Full Armored Xyz. It's just really fun because you can get things off the field without actually getting them off the field. So...
저자의 신발을 벗기는 거라네.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that is an option for these guys. It's not exactly great, but I swear to God, if they make us fight Don Quixote a fourth time, I'm actually gonna rage. Like,
뭐? 너 그때 그 난리를 겪었으면서 그런 말이 나오냐?
너희는 인격을 사용하지 못하고 지금
would it be fourth? I think it might actually be third, but don't worry about it.
마이스트로로 추정되는 저자를 제압하거나 죽일 다른 방도가 없지 않나?
필요하다면 본인이 내가 나서겠네.
돈키호테 씨? 난 반대다. 지금보다 더한 상황도 있었어. 그때마다 그 냄새나는 신발 벗길 생각을 안 한 건 아니지만 그러면 안 되는 거잖냐.
It would be funny. No, it wouldn't. It would piss me off.
누누이 말했지만 로신한테는 자체적인 청결 유지를 위한 세척 기능이 상시 발동하고 있다고. 아니 활기로서의 힘에 의지하는 건 내키지 않지만 어쩔 수 없지 않겠는가. 그리고 믿고 있다네. 그대들이 다시 나를 되돌려줄 것이라는 걸.
I mean, to be fair, last time Virgilius had to do it.
파우스트 역시 히스클리프 씨의 의견에 동의합니다. 돈키호테 씨가 신발을 벗는 계획은 기각하죠. 여러 이유가 있지만 무엇보다도
No,
돈키호테 씨는
Lemon. These are the big guys of the fingers. You've got a Soto Capo of the thumb, which is a rank above Lei Heng, for the record. You've got a Maestro of the ring. It's probably still a Big Brother of the middle because I don't actually know all of their ranks, and Big Brother seems to be a pretty high-ranking one. And then the Index we only know 3 ranks of, and Proxy is the highest one, so probably that.
그걸로는 불가능하다고 생각하는 건가? 검진 결과 저자가 보인 전투 수행 능력을 생각하면
아니요. 돈키호테 씨가 신발을 벗고 지금의 사태를 해결하는 것은 허황된 이야기가 아닙니다. 하지만
Great Brother is higher, but I don't think he's of that rank.
그 흐름은 단테 씨가 가려는 황금가지를 되찾는 여정에서 멀어지는 선택이고, 설령 신발을 벗더라도 그 선택은 관리자에 의해 이루어져야 합니다.
잠시만요. 너무 급해요. 좀 더 설명을 해주셔야.
No, she doesn't.
단적인 예를 들자면 제어되지 않은 돈키호테 씨가 충동을 이기지 못하고 무차별적으로 권속을 만들고 피주머니를 늘린 경우, 관리자님이 시계를 몇 번이고 되감아 주셔도 지금의 돈키호테 씨로 돌아올 수 없을 가능성이 있습니다. 수감자가 관리자의 능력으로도 복구되지 않는다는 것은, 즉 이번 세계에서의 황금가지를 모으지 못하고 실패하는 것과 다름없다는 것. 그것은 제가 증명해내지 못하는 일이 되며 결과적으로
알겠네. 기각. 이해했네. 다음으로 넘어가지.
He's just like, I get it. We're not doing it. Can we move on?
괜찮은 겐가? 저자를 이길 마땅한 방법이 없는 상황에서
Just wait.
상황을 타개하기 위한 내연일 뿐이었지. 애초에 통제되지 않은 환경에서 확률 노름을 하는 건 달갑지도 않았다네.
뭘 하든 빨리빨리 해. 저 뾰족구도 잠깐 사라지긴 했는데.
I do want more middle content, but they seem intent on giving us the index right now, so.
비아는 내가 잠깐 시간을 끄는 동안 자네들이 마킹을 도와 설비 수리를 마치는 걸세. 이 충격진의 에고 장비의 감흥도를 끌어올리면 심장이 멈춰도 한동안은 눈을 수 있지.
He's like, okay, well, if we can't use Don Quixote, I'm gonna kill myself.
전투를 몇 번 치러서 상태가 좋은 건 아니지만 운이 좋다면 고압 전류로 기절시키는 것도 노려볼 수 있지 않겠나.
살면서 싸움 한 번에 해봤을까 싶은 놈이 무슨.
에고 장비를 입은 자와 싸워본 적이 있지 않나? 전투 경험이 적었어도 이 장비를 입으면
Can does not mean will, though.
됐어. 그냥 우리가 시간을 끈다. 죽더라도 시계가 여길 봐줄 테니까.
No, Hohenheim, don't do it. It's not the sinking season. It's just that the index is sinking. Okay, that's literally it. Once they start giving you IDs of the other fingers, which they definitely will, you're gonna see a lot more bleed.
네. 물론 그 과정에서 동반될 당사자와 단테 씨의 고통은 평소를 아득히 뛰어넘은 정도일 테니 그렇게 되지 않는 편이 좋겠지만요.
자네들, 내가 장비만 제대로 갖춰 입으면 어떤 화력이 나오는지를 모르나 본데 모르는 채로 두는 편이 나을 수도 있겠군.
Alright, dude. Chill out.
너도 따라올 거냐? 저거 같이 안 고치고?
누가 설계했는지 모르겠지만
Okay.
이런 엉성한 전기 설비를 수리하는 것에 천재인 제가 나서는 건 낭비일 테죠.
Whoever designed this was a piece of shit who didn't know what they were doing.
그렇다는 건 감안하자면 엉성한 게
They
아니라
really do
주어진
just
시간이
hate each
최고의
other.
설계였다네. 그러니까 그때는 최고의 설계였다는 것이지. 부탁하겠네. 지난번처럼 무사하게 거대하지.
싱클레어군 괜찮은 겐가?
영 안 될 것 같으면 일단 우리가 먼저 시간 끌 테니까.
아니요. 언제까지 가야 할 곳도 모른 채 방황만.
Huh? What is this? What the heck was the point of that?
역시
미친.
미학의 극치를 쌓은 전시장은 따로 초대장을 뿌리지 않아도 자연스럽게 관객들이 몰려오는 법이죠.
야, 고작 이딴 거나 보려고 우리가 온 거라고 생각하냐? 내가 뭐 이런 거 보는 눈은 없지만 태어나서 본 전시 중 제일 최악이야.
Maybe he would have been nice if you just like faked appreciation for it, though, Heathcliff.
그렇다면 어리석고 어리신 우리 관객들께 제가 직접 큐레이팅을 해드려야겠군요. 요시히데에게 알려주었던 것처럼 키치부터 아방가르드까지 고깃덩이마다 예술 사조를 새겨 직접 마에스트로가 해설하는 전시회라니 영광으로 여기셔도 좋겠죠.
Yeah, probably. I don't think that would be the case. No, but it might like give you more time or whatever. Hide and seek. Oh, this is the middle, right? Nope, she moved.
아 진짜 치사하게 이럴래? 우리 아빠가 집회 끝내고 올 때 맞춰서 나도 같이 끝내고 싶었단 말이야.
Themes to waltz to, even though I think it isn't one. Thank you, Coffee, for that too. I appreciate it.
그리고 나 숨바꼭질 오랜만에 해서 재밌긴 했는데 슬슬 질려.
따라붙은 압이라는 자는 어떻게 따돌린 것 같긴 한데.
How?
저자가 혼자 여기까지 쫓아온 것 같네요. 아까 작전 회의 때 말해주신 그 공방 때 에고는 아직인가요?
Does she still have the extra hand? No, I think they got rid of it, which makes sense.
시간이 걸리는군.
그래서 우리가 시간을 좀 벌긴 해야 하는 거지. 아까 보여준 내 공방 무기 콜렉션 어때? 큰맘 먹고 빌려줄 테니까 그걸로 좀 싸워보면 어때?
그런 다루기 어려운 종류들만 마련한 것도 능력이라면 능력이더.
Okay.
수집적인 측면에서는 대단하단 말할 수는 있어도 그 공방 무기들은 제대로 다루기를 기대하는 것보단
She does fight with her bare hands.
나을 정도다.
Wait a minute.
나도 오늘 이런 난장판이 날 줄 알았겠냐고. AC 팀도 만난다니까 좀 자랑 좀 하겠다고. 특이하고 구하기 어려운 것만 잔뜩 가져왔는데.
저 검은 어떤 검인가?
Okay, she is just covered in blood. That one's not subtle.
응? 저거? 저건 메스틸 공방에서 만든 브로드소드인데? 써본 적 있어?
You think we'll get distortion detective identities? Probably eventually, but not right now.
아니, 공방의 물건을 가져 쓰기엔 그리 녹록지 않았던지라.
빌려주는 건 괜찮은데 저거 다루기 쉽진 않을 거야. 메스틸 공방이란 곳은 말이지. 알라스 공방이랑.
알고 있어. 귀하가 종종 말하지 않았는가?
날개가 돋친 듯 무기가 빠르게 움직여 멋대로 무기에 끌려다니는 일이 많다고. 괜찮소. 쾌검에는 제법 자신이 있으니. 설령 두 팔이 뜯겨나가는 한이 있더라도 살수는 칼을 쥐어야만 하는 법이오. 알았어. 전력 보충이라고 하기도 좀 그렇네요. 이 정도면.
단테님은 없지만 저희도 직접 나서는 건 어떨까요?
관리자님과 함께한 덕에 신체 능력은 점차 돌아오고 있지만 기량만큼은 완전히 돌아오질 않더군.
맞다. 황금가지 쪽은 아직이래?
No.
답신이 없군, 지원장. 영 믿음직스럽지 못한 자들을 관리자님께 맡기다 보니 결국 우려했던 일이.
Bro, what do you mean unreliable? Are you kidding me, Outis? You know Merceau is there, right?
뭐 그냥 무전이 잘 안 되는 걸 수도 있잖아. 너무 그러지 마.
아, 유치한 거 어울려주는 것도 진리네. 멋대로 술래나 시키고 말이야. 이거 너희가 날 더 괴롭히고 있는 거야, 알아? 딱 10초만 세줄게. 알았지? 190 찾는다?
Okay.
이제 어떡하지? 아까처럼 뒤틀림이나 환상체에게 유인하는 방법이 제일 낫지 않겠어요?
Oh, I guess that would be
발까지 묶을 정도였으니까.
a way to do it. A few hours ago. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'll wait until we actually get.
오! 아빠! 아직 다 끝난 거 아니었어? 날 위해 남겨둔 거야?
어라? 저건 아까 아빠가 다 박살낸 애들인데? 혹시 각성 같은 건가?
I don't.
본 적 있어. 죽음에서 돌아온 전사들 3편에서.
I don't remember what this distortion is called. What is the name of the lightning guy from Distortion Detective? Because it's that guy. But I don't remember what his name is.
그런 거면 뭐 한 방에. 신경증, 히스테리. 뒤틀린 고통은 전기의 형상으로 나타나곤 하지.
Human? Was it literally just Human Thunderbolt? Okay. Yeah, that's what I... Okay, they literally would say it.
시체들이 저절로 움직이는 게 아니군. 딸내미, 저거 보이나?
어떤 거? 안 보이는데.
그래, 안 보여? 아이고, 우리 요시대 따라가려면 더 노력해야겠구만. 눈 크게 뜨고 잘 봐봐. 보랏빛으로 번쩍번쩍하는 거. 저놈이
보이는 대로 짐승 같은 감각이군. 모제스 씨, 테러 확보 끝났어요.
Yeah, she said it so none of us even have to answer it. That's fair.
그러면
Actually, you know, that's probably the reason that KQE is part of the Battle Pass ego. Is for that guy, but since he's not an actual abnormality, you can't give us an ego for him.
팀장님!
꼬질꼬질하게 입고 다니는 녀석치곤 센스가 좋은데 이걸 막네.
미리 형세를 살피고 있기를 잘했네. 이 여파가 강했는데 아씨께서는 괜찮으신가? 덕분에 무사하군. 부축할 테니 지혈을 멈추지 말도록. 속이 후퇴하지.
Oh, she literally gets hit once and is out of commission. Okay.
야, 너희 어디가?
이것들은 아직도 들러붙네. 저 빠직거리는 놈부터 잡아 죽여야 끝나겠는데. 날 먼저 쫓아가도 돼.
아싸, 진짜지? 내가 먼저 처리해도 괜찮은 거지?
아이 그럼 아빠는 이거 좀 치우고 가야 해. 어디 보자. 딸램손 다쳤으니 장부기 중에서 거미집 특별조항 1조 12항 전체를 적용하고. 뭐냐 너희? 그때
Oh no.
폰 훔친 놈의 일당이었냐? 아, 그것 때문에 리카르도 녀석이 한동안 어떤 머리꼴을 하고 다녔을지 상상만 해도 가슴이 미어졌는데.
No, like, honestly, this is the only one of the nurse fathers who just seems like a dude. Like, he's just a guy. He's just going around. He's not even mean to anybody. He's just like, I'm just gonna do what I'm here to do and get out of here. Like, he just doesn't care.
식구끼리 원한도 갚아줄 겸 딸램손에 상처난 거 벌도 줄 겸 즉결 처형이다.
It doesn't seem like there's any punishment that isn't complete and total extermination, dude. Back to the present.
이곳까지 후퇴하면서 보았던 격리 해제된 것들, 그리고 여기저기 남아있던 탈출한 것들의 흔적들을 생각했을 때, 아니, 지금 이 수단을 가릴 처지는 아니야.
더 남을 수가 있나?
환상체에 대한 정보보다는 직접 해결해왔던, 그리고 직접 LC에 전달했던 뒤틀림을 이어갈 수 있었다면 좋았겠지만,
Okay.
이곳에는 그것들이 없으니. 그렇다면 남은 한 가지 선택지로 구상할 수 있는 작전은 이것뿐이다. 공허한 손짓, 향수와 올가면, 그리고 흡수.
What?
설마.
그래, 새하얀 몸을 새빨갛게 물들 때까지 덩굴을 놓치지 않을 그 환상체.
Oh, white-stained gossypium is here? Okay. Is that really one of the two problem abnormalities I mentioned earlier?
먹음은 목화를 조우시킨다.
That means they're probably gonna give us an ego for it this season, at least. That'd be cool. What do you mean, shock centipede? Oh, I'm gonna get mad. They actually kind of thought about it. They gave us sinners who aren't necessarily the best at syncing for it.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
저건
An abnormality. Shock centipede, was it? Can you give us new ones? I like this fight. But it's like, why am I fighting more abnormalities?
기존에 던전과 굴절 철도에서 자주 목격한 개체입니다, 관리자님.
I wonder what's in this node. Yeah. Which means we already know how to defeat it.
저것의 대응 방식은 비슷할지 모르나 방심을 해서는 안 돼요, 단테. 이 부서의 상태가 정상이 아닌 상황에서 클리포트 억제력이 정상적으로 기능하지 않을 가능성이 있으니.
주위에서 싸워야겠지. 알았다고. 소라 씨, 라비 씨는 내 뒤로. 알겠지?
It was like, I already liked the shock centipede fight, man. I just don't want to have to fight it again. Okay, what's different? Head part gains shield by its current HP. That's normal. The head part is shield, gain 10 self-charge next turn. Can I do 268 damage with no SP? That's a good question. Every 5 turns gain... Yeah, okay, it's literally just... it's literally just, I mean, I could try, but I feel like I'm wasting good skills by trying, you know? I'll still have good skills next turn, it's fine. Okay, especially if I roll all tails, I'm definitely not gonna... Wait, what? Oh, I used the same skill twice. I'm kinda dumb. Well, the problem is Tremor doesn't do damage, it just does stagger damage, which this Abnormality is not, doing. Call this boss a horror franchise because they won't stop bringing it back. Thank you, Coffee, for the 5, and thank you, Tony, for the membership. I appreciate it. Okay, do you work at more than 7, deal 10% for every excess, lose all self-charge. If you lost 10 or more, gain 2 clash power, so this is going to roll insanely hard. So is it actually the same mechanic then? Clash lose 3, yes. I have to win as many of these clashes before this goes off as I possibly can. And he's not targeting Rioshu, so I'm always going to be 1 less. He's gaining 4, so losing 3 times would put him at 5. So that'd be fine. I actually only need to win 2 of them to start off. Oh, cool. It's all neutral. So this is literally going to be luck-based. I don't have a better clash for this regardless. Yeah, okay. So this is going to hurt. Gregor won his at least. But I didn't clash with another one, so there's no way I'm getting no way I'm winning this. Oh wait, that went first? That's interesting. Okay, good job, Rioshu. You did it. What do you mean it already has enough gaze to do the AoE? Alright, I'll take it. Gregor locked in. He kinda did. Like, honestly, Gregor is always locking in, though. Okay, can I actually, like, get some SP now? That would be really nice. And it's on use? I mean, yes, but that's not... That wasn't the issue. When no one locks in, he's the outcast. That's actually just true. Okay. I see Yi Sang is going to be the problem this time around. Okay, maybe both of them will be. That's okay. See, the issue with Shock Centipede is he actually just rolls really high. So it's hard to win clashes a lot of the time. Especially in... Okay. 9? Oh, because he's at 5 plus self-charge. Okay. That's annoying. I'm gonna do this because it's funny. And also just a good idea right now. Buh? Guh? Okay, man. You could have won that. Okay. Anyways. I will now punch this creature. It's a lot of burn. I had to sneeze. Okay, so it's gaining a lot of self-charge, I'm noticing. Why is this unbreakable? It just is. Okay. Sure. You saying, can you do me a huge favor and win a clash, please? That'd be really nice. Thank you. Good lord. Bro was just not locked in. Okay. Oh, the fragile isn't on hit without cracking. That's cool. Guh? Yeah, I could not lose that clash. Very cool. Bong. I guess I should probably be looking at his passives, right? Never mind, he hasn't gained any. Yeah, I know how this skill works. It's 3 skills that I haven't seen? Okay, well, 2 of them are when he gets to 0 HP.
빠르게 처리하지. 자세가 모르겠네.
I found this part, I got a lot of use out of Gregor's Bygone Days. I mean, Gregor's Bygone Days is just a really good ego in general, so I'm not surprised. Also, chat, if you're wondering why he isn't doing his coil thing again, it's because the head has 0 HP. I'm gonna have to survive for like 4 turns once we actually get past this, but that's okay.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없어.
자세가 모르겠네.
Head took too many concussions? Yeah. Remember when we thought this Canto 9 would be a burn season? Why do people keep, like, assuming that this season is sinking when both IDs that we've gotten as much, like, you understand that there's been 0's sinking ego so far. He can coil up at 0? No, he can't. That's the funny part. He just can't. Alright. 26 plus 4! Oh, I see. Okay, that's actually not an issue at all. Never mind.
빠르게 처리하지.
I understood because I read what it said. Capote wins that? It doesn't matter. I don't need to Capote. I've got this. It doesn't even have to be a non-targeting defense. It just has to be a defense skill. It could be a counter, and it would still be fine. Like... Oh. There we go. I started reading once that move killed 3 team members. Yeah, you should probably read playing this game. It would help a lot. Like, there's a whole lot of text on this skill, and the only part of the text that matters is deal 100% less damage on a target using a defense skill.
빠르게 처리하지.
Gregor gained 1 HP after that attack. That's awesome. Also, he's dead now, right? Because he's at 0 self-charge? Yeah. How are you enjoying this part so far? I mean, I just fought my wife, so, you know. How about Yisang took 100 damage there? What do you mean? Shock Centipede 2!
한낱 날개 따위에 안주할 내가 아니다만 아직 그 실험들의 결과를 보고 싶으니
I'm gonna freak out. How many turns was that? Apparently less than 10. There's 3 enemies in this one. So it's not Shock Centipede. You have to fight her again. God, I hope not. Okay, yeah, this is just the ring, guys. Thank goodness I can turn my brain off for a fight. The Shock Centipede's so good they made Shock Centipede 2. 10 exactly? I mean, the easy way to do that fight faster is just to place sinking. And once Rioshu has a sinking ID, it'll be easier. Because currently she doesn't have one. They literally just lied. Yeah, it was called Shock Centipede 2 and it's ring dudes. What? Why did they call the stage this? You're welcome, Neko. Appreciate it. Oh, that's gonna hurt. I don't like how much that attack deals damage. Pranks? Thanks, Coffee. It wasn't a prank, they just lied. Was only one fight I needed to lock in for. I mean, honestly, I can see it. All things considered, none of the fights so far this Canto have been that difficult. It's just having the wherewithal to actually read the mechanics of the fight is the most difficult part of this one. Shock Centipede 2 looks inside mannequins. Yeah. It's like, why did they call it that? You think someone would really lie on the internet? Yeah. They do it almost every day. Okay, you sang. I see how it is. I wonder if they're ever gonna give us an ID for one of these guys. And by one of these guys, I literally mean the ring corporists, not the mannequins, because obviously, right? Flesh mannequins, and I thought Halloween store would buy these in bulk. I mean, they do. Let's be real. Still hate that they give birth mid-battle. Would have been really funny if after the ring mannequins, Shock Centipede showed up again. I would have been so bad. Like, actually. By the way, even though the Shock Centipede has a new mechanic to it, we haven't seen a new enemy yet so far this part. Remember when we thought we were gonna get sweeper IDs? I never thought that. I literally never thought that. Don't say we when you mean you. Please don't say that. Listen, you're like a minute and a half behind. I advise you refresh your stream. Look, my internet has not been great recently, so there's a bit of a delay. Which sweeper IDs happen? They're so cool. I like the sweepers. I don't really think IDs would work for them because you'd have to cover up the sinner's face. And that loses the marketability of the sinner being in the ID.
서두르지. 수습이 늦어지면 여기서 살아남는 게.
Oh, look at that. Gregor got MVP. Who would have thought? The contract? Oh no, is it der Flugschütze?
일 마무리가 나쁘지 않았어.
Or is it some other garbage that I don't know about?
별로 숙청은 면할 수 있겠고.
Still no signal?
다들 어떻게 돌아가고 있는지 상황을 알 길이 없으니 원. 아니 뭐 별일 없을 거야. 무소식이 희소식인 법이니까.
That's just not how that works.
알리사 양도 계속 신경이 쓰이는구려. 그 나선이 더 깊이 박히기 전에 얼른 해결 방법을 찾을 수 있으면 좋으련만.
People really like it when the IDs get masks. But a notable thing with all the IDs that get masks is in their uptie art you can still see their face. And the sweepers do not have a face. They're just the mask.
나선이요?
Pardon me?
아, 그 공방에서 만든 무기 말이죠. 비밀번호가 있어야지만 풀 수 있는 거요.
Oh.
그렇소. 곤란하던 저였지.
원리야 알고 있지만 비밀번호는 그걸 꽂은 분만 알 텐데요. 하지만 저도 최선을 다해서 알아볼게요.
이거 고마운 걸. 근데. 소라 씨는 공방 장비에 관심이 많은가 봐.
Yisang and Rioshu literally just immediately after Sora said that was like, oh yeah, she's evil. She's just evil.
네, 아주 오래전부터 그랬어요. 그래서 제가 이곳에 올 수 있었나 봐요.
그러면 LC가 아니라 L.
Oh, he figured it out too, but unfortunately said something about it.
어이, 신입.
네?
시야에 걸리적거리는 곳. 뒤쪽으로 빠져.
실례했습니다.
At Ryoshu's brusque order, Ravi shrank back awkwardly, his expression turning a little abashed. Normally, Gregor and Yisang would have given Ryoshu a verbal nudge or two for being so rude to someone we'd just met, but as things were, they simply watched on as Ravi stepped back and casually moved forward to fill his spot. No, Tony. Thank you for the $10, but no, you won't. I have a feeling you won't. Locked on site. It was actually on hearing it, but I get your point. Well, no, here's the thing. The sinners have been around for a while at this point. Dante's just not paying attention.
그럼 그 소라 씨는 나랑 공방 제품 얘기 좀 하면서 가자고. 이게 우리가 이 보기보다 공방에 대해서는 모르는 게 많거든.
진짜요? 네, 저 이야기하는 거 좋아해요.
라비군이라 했던가. 그대도 무릇 연구자라는 성정에 걸맞게 새로운 기술에 관심이 퍽 많아 보이는 것 같소만.
Yeah, no, Greg got it too. It was just Yisang and Ryoshu were the ones that shared a glance.
그대는 나와 우리 관리자와 잠깐
담소를
나누시게나.
But why?
왜죠?
오, 단테도 동의한다니 기쁘군. 자, 우리 셋이라면 심도 깊은 학술 논의가 가능할 걸세.
I found myself suddenly swept into Yisang's somewhat awkward and hastily improvised academic symposium, trailing a pace behind Gregor and Sora.
다들 이렇게 저에게 친절하게 대해주셔서 감사해요. 저는 친절한 사람들이 좋아요. 제 동료들은 그렇지 않거든요. 그래서 자주 걷던
Okay, turns out Sora's a bit of an idiot. She's like, my coworkers aren't like that. Your coworkers that you've definitely met as a member of the LCE on day 1 when the first thing that happened was you spaced out and got caught under the collapsing ceiling. Sure.
에헤이. 아무리 그래도 무사 생활한 연구원을 모질게 대하겠어? 뭐 작전을 완전 말아먹은 것도 아닌데 중간은 간 거지.
That's true enough. Gregor's words brought me back to all the plans we'd messed up. Saud's plans, more precisely, and left a tinge of regret in my mind.
이분이 당신들의 리더신가 봐요.
보는 눈이 없군.
You're bad at reading people. Okay, Rioshu. Are you saying I'm not leader material?
단순 리더. 그 이상의 존재라는 거다.
I couldn't really imagine Rioshu meant what she said, but I nodded anyway.
동의하오.
역시 단테 씨가 리더신 것 같았어요. 리더는 무슨 생각을 하고 있는지 모르는 사람이 맡은 편이 좋다고 생각하거든요. 종잡을 수 없는 편이 멋있잖아요.
Is it?
왜 쑥스러워해?
저도 그런 모습이 멋있어서 여기에 합류하기로 결심했어요. 원래는 다른 사무소에 있었는데 스카우트 당한 거랄까요?
I don't believe that for a second.
스카우트. 그러고 보면 우리 12도 파우스트 양으로부터 스카우트라는 걸 받은 것이겠구려. 류슈 양, 그대도 파우스트 양으로부터 약속을 받아낸 것인가?
그래.
부끄러운 말일
Yeah, why
수도
shouldn't
있겠소.
she?
지나왔으니 말하겠어. 나는 파우스트 양 입에 담았던 그 말이 결국 이루어질 거라고 마음을 다하여 믿지 못했던 것 같소.
Would Abno this gear be tied to? It's Dimension Shredder. The outfit that Sora is wearing is the ego gear of Dimension Shredder. It's just that I have reasons to believe that that's not entirely... Like, it's not even, like, that difficult to make out. It's the ego from Wayward Passenger.
당시에는 꿈 같은 소리라 여겼지. 만일 내게 조금 더 확신이 있었더라면 지난 세월들을 그렇게 침잠하듯이 보내지는 않았을지도. 허나 그대는 처음 버스에 올랐을 때부터 적어도
I don't really think...
말을 의심하고 있진 않았던 것 같소.
Okay.
하긴 엇나갈 법한 구석은 제일 많은 사람이 생각해보면 일은 제일 잘 처리하고 있었다니까.
Looking back, Rioshu never once turned down a job, even though she always looked reluctant as if she were the only going through the motions. Contract or not, I doubt she'd come this far with Virgilius and me if she'd only half bought into that promise of having her wish granted.
나라고 처음부터 믿었던 건 아니야. 믿지 않을 수 없었던 거다. 흰머리, 이렇게 말을 시작했었지. 용케도.
Y'all think we'd get a Sora ID? You say that like we don't already have one.
용케도 끊어지지 않았군요. 그 한 줄기의 끈이.
뭘 보았기에 그렇게 말하지?
당신이 베이고 또한 베고 온 것들의 피. 그것이 묻어 선명한 붉은 직선을 띠고 있으니까요. 그곳은 오로지 당신만이 열 수 있는 공간. 제 아무리 거미줄 한가운데라 하더라도 그들이 열 수 있는 방법은 없을 겁니다. 주어진 상황에서 현명한 선택을 내렸다는 말씀을 드리고 싶군요.
누가 보냈지? 내 손으로 압이라는 것들까지 베고 나온 지금 내까지 가당찮은 새치어 하나 못 뺄 거라고 생각하나?
알고 있습니다. 당신은 스스로의 머릿속까지 베어내면서 이곳으로 왔으니 제가 조금이라도 당신의 목표에 거슬리는 사람이란 확신이 든다면 망설임 없이 죽이겠죠. 이제 아무도 열지 못하는 곳에 아이를 숨겨두었으니 꺼내올 날을 기다려야겠네요. 시간은 짧지도 길지도 않을 겁니다. 다이얼은 안전하게 5년 이내로 맞춰놓았겠죠. 저와 함께 간다면 2해가 넘어가기 전 거미집을 없애고 딸과 제외할 수 있도록 해드리겠습니다.
계약을 맺자는 건가? 그렇다면 그 대가로 나는 누굴 죽이면 되지?
죽이는 게 아니라 구하는 겁니다.
구한다고?
죄악을 직면하여 자아를 구하라.
Okay. She's on the line! No.
당신이 이곳 림버스 컴퍼니에서 기억해야 할 첫 번째 어려웠나요?
담배를 오랜만에 태웠어.
Is the place where you hid your daughter really safe?
그래, 그곳 내부는 외부 시간의 영향을 거의 받지 않는다.
Cut off from the flow of time? Is it made from T-Corp singularity?
그래, 내 스스로 몇 번이고 검증했지. 조각나 있는 기억들 사이에서도 분명 존재할 거다. 내가 반복했던 수백 번의 실험과 다짐들이. 그랬기에 때가 되면 내 몸에 아직 감겨진 이 실타래를 따라 거미집이 날 찾아오거나 내가 거미집으로 돌아갈 것이라 믿어 의심치 않았지.
Yeah, the contract will be fulfilled. Sure, man. What an interesting cutscene to have during that stage. The contract too. Oh, it has combat in it. Clear within 10 turns, 1 enemy. I wonder who it might be. Rioshu fixed. Alright. What? Okay, I'm gonna be so honest with you, that's not what I was expecting. This fight, literally, they didn't even give us any I mean, we knew this guy was in here, but like... that's not what I expected to have happen. Oh, it's not doing the thing on turn 1. It's supposed to do a thing. Alright. Everything's gonna be neutral and there's nothing I can do about it because it's an abnormality fight. Okay. 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 Sure. Hello there. Vav Moth? No, it's a... Wait, hold on. Yeah, this isn't a Vav abnormality. Wasn't it a he the last time we encountered it? Am I hallucinating? Whoa, motherfucker. Fire emoji, fire emoji. I mean, it is a fire emoji, if we're gonna be real. This is also an abnormality that I like quite a bit. The fight is very boring, though. Okay. This is gonna be neutral, right? Yeah. Wow. Oh, I see. Merso, you need to clash with this one. Like, this one isn't great, but it's better that you don't clash with it for now. I'm just gonna power guard that. Oh, he actually won. Okay. I really hope that doesn't mess up this clash. Okay, good. There. I read the skills and I figured it out. Oh, but I staggered it and now the other attack didn't go through. Gain clash power by the number of breath skills it'll use. Inflict, burn. So I just have to win this clash, yeah. I don't know, is there anything else that it says? That is the wrong... No, that's it. So it's gaining 6 clash power on you, just in general. And everything else doesn't matter because it's an AoE unbreakable skill, so. Well, there's no way for me to, like, guarantee this clash, so... I guess I just gotta hope that she wins it. Actually, wait, is that a yellow? Yeah. I want to have these to clash next turn. This one I'll use now. No, I won't, because he is using his, thingy. Alright, Rioshu. Thank you. He knows how to read? I'm literally the person in this community that advocates for that people actually read what the game does. Like, I read this game more than anybody else does. That's not even a joke. Also, I love that that just didn't hit Greg. I mean, I broke the wings, but doesn't it just get him back this turn, or is it after, like, one turn? I don't remember how that works. Passives. When the wing is broken, inflict Shimmering Ember equal to the attacker. Does not take burn damage. When the wing part breaks, gain 2 Ego resources of all affinities and heal all Sinner's SP. Okay. So there is actually some, like, thinking that you can do. What is this effect do? Gain spark when hit by a certain skill. All shit. Okay. So I don't need to read it, is what the game is telling me. Neutral. Guh. Is that actually favored? Yes, okay. I can read, but I usually don't. Okay. I have a hard time with comprehension. I usually need someone to rephrase for me with half the kits. I mean, yeah. This fight is literally just read. It's not entirely reused, Angela. Only the enemy is reused. The actual mechanics are different. Surprisingly. With this one, it doesn't make for that much different of a fight, but it is actually new. Okay, I think Rioshu gets staggered this turn. Which is a little annoying, but oh well. Dark shadow lingers at the center of the flaming moth. Its form was vague and mercurial, yet somehow you can tell that the shadow is the very core of the moth. If the shadow could be separated from the flames, perhaps its heat may momentarily subside. Wrath disadvantage. I don't want to win! Dang it. Oh, Gregor literally... Okay. Gregor reaches out toward the flames, enduring through the burning fire. Their fingertips begin to blister and bubble, but perhaps Gregor's passion burned hotter than the flames itself. The flames itself. Okay. Before the moth could do anything, Gregor wrested the dark thing from the flames and hurled it away from the fire. The fire and the embers on both the moth and the sinners immediately subsided. So the flames had never burned. All sinners lose burn, Ardent Blossom Moth loses 2 ember. Good job, Greg. I mean, nobody has burns, so I don't need to prioritize this, I guess. But that's okay. Ooh. It's a rough... That pride skill is a rough one to clash with. Oh well. Why read when game give you funny win-right shape button? You'll just lose. If you do that, because the fight has mechanics. This is actually a way better version of this fight than the one in the railway, if I'm being honest. Because you can actually have counterplay against the other things. When will you do Canto 9 base ID and Ego? Have I ever done that? If the answer is no, that's your answer. Right. Whoa, what? Oh, this is the other thing. Okay. So, 2 clash power, that's not really a big deal. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to use that. There we go. I didn't even need to use that ego. I just wanted to do it to be safe. I like the old abnormalities that return when the fight is actually different. Looks at Fey Lantern, looks at Wayward Passenger. The Contract 3. Okay, this is more Ring Corporus.
사냥감인가 몸이 끌어.
I don't think that Shock Centipede's fight was different enough to warrant it reappearing either. Like, there's a little bit of new mechanics, but it's not all the way there. I think the Ardor Blossom Moth refight and the Ebony Queen's Apples refights are both pretty good. But something about having to reuse a bunch of different enemies, even if you are giving them new mechanics, does strike me as part of this Canto maybe being a little rushed. Oh wait, I already have that. The whole point of Shock Centipede's return is to remind players to read. But like, that's every fight that has a mechanic. The actual good fights in the new boss fights have all told you to read. And I still didn't, and won just fine against Lucio, so... Oh, that guy has contempt? Dang. Okay. I'm having a little bit of bad luck in this one. Like, these guys don't even have sanity. And I'm still losing all my clashes. Surprised you guys think there's so many filler fights when they really just separated the battle nodes from the story nodes a lot more than usual. Okay, tell me the definition of filler. Every fight that does not have story attached to it is a filler fight. Definitionally. There is no purpose to it being there other than to give you something to do but they didn't have any ideas to incorporate the story into the combat for that stage. It is a filler fight. There's no, like, there's really no arguing against it. There's nothing wrong with having, there's nothing inherently wrong with having filler fights. I would just like to see, like, anything new, you know? But as it stands right now, we're almost 30 stages into a Canto and have seen 6 new fights. And if you want to know why it's a complaint at all, look at Honglu's Canto, look at Ishmael's Canto, look at Don Quixote's Canto, and go and count up how many stages have fights that don't also have story. Because for Ishmael's Canto, the answer is 1. There is 1 stage that's a combat stage that doesn't have story attached to it. And I think for Honglu, outside of the dungeon, the answer is literally 0. And also, every single stage has been the same filler enemies for this one. I agree that the pacing is off. Because I'm assuming there's gonna be a dungeon at the end. If there's not, that's a little strange. Considering the, like, state of the enemies that we're encountering. Yeah, Ishmael is a different problem in her Canto, gameplay-wise. Like, that's the thing. There's no filler in Ishmael's Canto, but all of the fights are annoying. I did not say that this Canto is ass. What shall we blame for this Canto being rushed? I don't know, man. I can blame the community. They're the ones that get mad when something isn't released on time. Will of the Prescript? Oh boy. Clear stage. Okay, we actually have a new enemy.
사냥감인가 몸이.
저게 모퉁이만 돌면 승강기예요.
Yeah, PM Fins, when you have any criticism, is correct. Like, if you can't criticize something that you really enjoy, then I don't think you actually enjoy it. I can criticize Bug Fables, dude. Like, I can criticize Silk Song. I like those games way more than this one. Oh, I have a lot to criticize about the Arknights collab, but it's maybe not the same criticisms that other people have. Right, I can feel the Golden Bow's presence getting closer. Huh? Unlike before, however, the energy from the Golden Bow wasn't coming through clearly, as though layers of thin walls were blocking it. Ah, yes. Yeah, literally go look at any Yu-Gi-Oh player. The Pinky Nurse Father stood in front of the elevator holding the container full of golden bows. And just like before, she stood there without so much as a twitch, almost like she'd been expecting us.
들리나? 이것이 부디 내 11번째 혼잣말이 아니게 되면 좋겠군. 전파층 복귀까지 가동시켰는데 말이지.
We don't like part 2? I'm not to the end of it yet, to be fair, Smith. But I have criticisms, is all I'm saying.
들려.
그래, 다행이군. 우리 쪽에서 곧 전력 복구가 마무리될 걸세.
It's the purple man, he's purple. That's a woman?
황금가지는 찾았나?
그래. 눈앞에 있어. 문제는 우리 손에 들려있지 않다는 거지. 승강기 앞에서 황금가지를 탈취한 녀석과 대치 중이다.
승강기를 타지 못하게 막아줄 수 있겠나? 전력이 복구되면
Yeah, we know, buddy.
다른 층으로 도망칠 수 있을 테니.
Like, Hohenheim's voice sounded off. trembling just a bit, like he was holding something back.
호에나임군 목소리가 괜찮은 건가?
여기나 거기나 피차 유쾌한 상황은 아니지 않나?
그건 그렇지만 그쪽은 상황이 어떤데?
Honestly, I think that's fair. I kind of forgot that there are a few stages where you just fight dudes at the end of Canto 8. But
이것보다는 자네들의 상황에 신경 쓰는 편이 더 좋을 걸세.
그래. 상대는 한
okay, Greg.
어떻게든 되겠지.
You even know that that's not true.
아니, 긴장해라. 아비는 데리고 다니던 잔챙이와는 다르다.
Given our current numbers, even the sort of enemy we could normally beat would push us to our limits. If only I had all 12 sinners here with me, we might have had a better chance. But that doesn't mean... Okay, first off, temporal reasoning mistake. Would have had? We haven't done the fight yet, Dante. Have you read the Dawn Uptide story? No, because I didn't want to be spoiled. But I have a feeling I know what it's about. But that doesn't mean we're just going to be twiddling our thumbs while the enemy gets away with the golden bows right in front of our eyes. Be ready to die more than a few times.
분위기가 좋아 보이진 않는군요. 싸우실 겁니까?
피할 수는 없을 것 같구려.
제게도 적합한 에고 장비가 지급되었다면 여러분을 도울 수 있었을 것 같습니다만 제가 할 수 있는 것은 없을 것 같군요. 죄송합니다.
그래. 그게 현명한 판단이지.
소라, 동기님께서는 이미 그 족쇄같이 생긴 에고를 가지셨으니 도우실 생각이시겠죠?
Ah, you are dumb.
어라, 저 승강기를 타고 다 같이 탈출하는 게 아니었나요?
보다시피 이곳을 습격한 자가 황금 가지를 가져갔어.
하지만 저분은 엄청 강할 텐데요. 제 동료들을 전부 합쳐도 저분 앞에서는 바람 앞 촛불이나 다름없을 정도인데.
그걸 어떻게 아시죠?
됐어. 소라 씨랑 라비 씨는 그냥 최대한 뒤에 숨어 있어. 적당히 몸을 숨기고.
아니요. 그랬다간 나중에 혼날지도 몰라요. 혼나는 건 싫어요. 저는 지금까지 잘해오고 있었고 칭찬만 받고 싶은데.
소라.
Yeah.
죄송해요. 리엔 씨가 가족을 만나면 꼭 도우라고 그렇게 말씀하셨거든요.
Okay, so that's the index guy then. Just as Sora turned and rushed towards me, Yisang and Merceau moved to block her. And Rioshu shoved me out of the way.
그래. 역시 그렇게 나오는구만.
Ryoshu's sheath blade came swinging down with enough force to cut Sora down where she stood. But no sooner had I heard the metallic rattle of chains behind me than a sharp pain tore through my shoulder.
이 움직임, 내 놈이 검지 쪽 세차겠군.
Losing my balance, I crumpled to the floor. When I looked up, Sora was already braced for combat, slipping into a battle stance.
저는 여러분을 해치려는 생각이 없었어요. 기회가 된다면 승강기를 타고 같이 나가고 싶었는데 지룡의 뜻은 그래선 안 된대요. 저도 리엔 씨의 말을 따르는 편이 좋기도 하고.
역시 거미집의 이론이었구려.
They did kind of make it so that everybody knew about it. But like...
라비 씨에게 바닐라 아이스크림을 소개시켜줄 수 있었다면 좋았을 텐데. 다른 자식들은 저한테 그렇게 친절하게 대해주지 않았거든요.
Oh yeah, Pablo.
그저는 당신을 입사 동기라고 믿어서 그렇게 대했던 거야.
그랬던 거군요. 다른 분의 시체에서 장비를 잠깐 빌려 입어본 것뿐이었는데 그렇다면 라비 씨도 저와 아이스크림을 같이 드셔주시진 않았겠네요.
Don't argue in the chat, people.
라비군은
뭐 더 살 가망은 없어.
무언의 협약을 통해 관리자님과 신입 연구원을 저자에게서 떨어뜨릴 수는 있었지만 둘을 전부 보호할 수 있을 정도로 간단한 기습은 아니었다.
Our mutual tacit recognition of the threat. Yeah, everybody realized it at the same time. Like, Ravi lay in the corner of the corridor, half his body torn apart. Jeez, from one hit?
시계 일어설 수 있겠나?
Don't think so.
리더라고 하셔서 제일 먼저 처리해야겠다고 생각했어요. 미안해요. 당신의 시계 소리 듣기 좋았는데 아쉽네요. 리엔 씨의 삐삐 소리와도 닮았거든요.
I like the Dementia Shredder Ego Gear. You think that would be our next study for LCE rerun? It could be. I would prefer if we got the AEDD, but I can see it being either one. Sora gazed down at me, face drawn into a tearful pout as though she were genuinely apologetic.
안타깝게도 당신이 상처 입은 것은 누구도 고쳐주지 않겠네요.
It was hard to deny that. If only I'd had more power, maybe Ravi could have been saved. At the very least, I wouldn't be this badly hurt. I probably should have done something too while Sinclair was going through his training.
그래도 째깍일 수는 있겠지.
Big Rioshu. Yeah. But this isn't the time to dwell on what I could have done. First, I have to do what I must. What I can do now. Alright, what do we got? Hello, Sora.
서로 돕는 거랬어요.
750 shield? Okay, we're gonna be doing this. Attack and hit a prescript target. Gains effect when this unit has no unlock. Maximum stackable grace of the prescript this prescript is limited to 3. So I just need to stop her from hitting Merceau, right? That's it. What the hell is Outis? Hold on. I have to read her kit. Yeah, she just gains shield at the start. Excludes a certain pattern, deal more damage for every grace of the prescript. If prescript is executed, heal 15 SP, so just, again, don't let her attack Merceau. This is all... Oh, she gains... Bro. What the hell's Outis? Deal more damage under FLRS Ego State. Okay, they probably should have hid this from me. Final power plus 1 at 2 stack, final power plus 3. Okay. And the fight will go faster as we... Hold on, is this different? No, okay. So the fight will go faster the more we stop her from fulfilling the prescript. That's basically all I needed to know. Does it have to hit? Yes. So anything that has... Okay, so Merceau can clash with these two, but the other three need to be redirected. Because they all become unbreakable if they target Merceau. So that's fine. Oh, actually... Let me do this. It's slightly worse, but it's fine. Okay. Good job, Greg. That's gonna be really obnoxious. But oh well. Must defeat Sora AI before she steals the art assets from the IDs and mass produces them. Thank you for the $5 coffee. Check the status on target. I could have, yeah, but oh well. Can I win a clash, please? Like, this is a little ridiculous. I'm gonna have to restart this because I'm not winning any clashes that I should. Okay, this just gives final power, right? Oh no, she has to be in Eflaristigo state to gain final power. Okay, Yisang's turn to not attack. Okay. Now, the really sucky part is that Yisang is still probably going to get hit because I do not clash well right now. But that's okay. Prescript says win all clashes. No, it doesn't. I literally read the prescript. It says hit an enemy who has the prescript's target. That's literally all it says. I didn't actually read the target effect, but like, you know. Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Okay. Well, there's not really a way for me to prevent her from hitting, then, is there? That's kind of lame. No, it doesn't say that at all. What are you talking about, chat? It just says gain 2 skill power. Like, it literally does not say that. I rolled a 1 because that skill is a base value of 3. Yeah, there's really no way for me to consistently win this. So I just won't. Makes sense, right? Everybody else is winning clashes fine. It's just Yisang. I guess I could do this. That works. Yeah, skill power -2. AKA +2 skill power for the enemy. It's effectively the same in a clash. You can just use ego? Yeah, I did. That's exactly what I did. It's gonna make clashing next turn even easier because it's 2 attack power down. How goes the severing? It's fine. We're not having any trouble really yet. And even with losing that clash that turn, it's still not that much of an issue. That's ego. Yeah, I can feel it.
리엔씨가 그러는데 대고 발현은 누구나 쉽게 하는 게 아니래요.
I mean, I think he's correct about that.
그래서 제가 부럽대요. 저 절대로 꺾이지 않는 성. 그 말을 듣고 생각했어요. 언젠가 가족 모두가 기다리는 요시에데 언니가 이곳에 돌아오더라도 나만큼은 내쫓기지 않을 수 있을지도 몰라. 그러니까 리엔 씨에게 말 좀 잘해줄래요? 전 언제나 최선을 다했다고.
Alright.
시작할게요.
She doesn't have Outis, she just gains more poise now. Okay. Who is the target? Gregor. As long as it's not Rioshu, which I don't think it can be, honestly, then we're fine. Actually, no, that doesn't clash. Never mind. I don't really have a choice but to go for that. Struggling. Hopeless. Bruh? That just can't be correct. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. For Yi Sang, it makes sense, because he's garbage. Actually, I am gonna use Crow's Eye View again, because I know how this works. This sounds like something you'd hear in Payday. Think the prescript changed? It did. I probably should have read it. We'll be okay. Yeah, I know why my clashes are bad. I read it. Her offense levels is very high. She gains 3 just from having the effect. I mean, the target also doesn't help, but... It's not Razor Mind? No, but it would feel in place with Payday, is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, she does have 10 more offense level than I do. As you can see, we gave a girl so much anxiety that she can use it as a superpower. Fair enough. One really easy way I can counteract this is just by clicking the blue button. Hold on, what is the prescript right now? So either kill anything or hit the target with this skill specifically. Okay. Gotcha. Murositatis. Because I see that onus. And I know it's going to give an absurd amount of clash power. Yeah, none of this is real. Gregor, you have to clash with... That was favored somehow. I'm not even going to question it. Okay. Alright. Get just edited? I don't care, man. The game gives you these abilities so that you use them. And so I will use them. I would have lost half these clashes this turn. By the way. Like, if you weren't paying attention to how I was rolling there. Alright, what's the... What does it say? It's still same thing. Okay. Oh, this is a bad lineup of skills. Wow. Oh, you're slow as hell, aren't you? Hang on. Let's, That's okay. No, it isn't. I should let that one go through. Yeah, because Merceau isn't going to be able to do anything right now. It's okay, though. It lasts for 3 turns, yeah. It'll be fine. Chat worries way too much when it comes to fights like these. I'm a little surprised Rioshu didn't get staggered there, to be honest. Oh, right, because she can't, because she won the clash. Right. Stagger or eliminate any target. Okay, so we don't need to worry about that garbage. I mean, we do, but it's not as big of a deal anymore. Yeah, hopeless my ass. Like, I'm not that stupid. Okay, that one is actually struggling. Let me guess, yep. Alright. This is fine. We're using a lot of ego this fight, jeez. I feel like I should be doing more damage, by the way. She has a lot of, like, defense level down fragile right now. Oh, I hit a barrier. Okay. Oh, I know who this is. So this is just an aura farming fight. Got it. He just shows up. A figure appeared from the direction the weapon had flown in. The man brushed the dust from his coat as he walked in with unbothered ease, looking for all the world like this situation... What? Oh, I get it. Looking for all the world like this situation had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Yet his harpoon had already blasted Sora a good distance out of my sight even before the explosive sound could reach me. Ah, this is the guy Ezra mentioned. Hearing my ticking, Vespa briefly furrowed his brow in puzzlement before checking the watch he pulled from his pocket.
무전도 안 되고 LCD 팀도 상황이 영 좋진 않을 것 같은데 괜찮겠어?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd probably be okay with this fight as things are right now.
팀장님께서는 제게 늘 스스로 생각하고 판단하라고 하셨습니다. 그러니 괜찮을 겁니다. 손가락 간 곳인대로 그렇게 쉽게 당할 사람도 아니고. 둘이군요. 어느 쪽을 맡으면 되겠습니까?
저 안경부터 맡아라. 거슬리게 애고를 쓰고 있고.
안경 말고 이름으로 불러주시면 안 되나요?
침입자 대부분이 저들과 비슷한 수준입니다.
그래, 비슷하거나 그 이상이다.
죄송하게도 아까 했던 말은 취소해야겠군요.
Okay, man.
오래 버티진 못할 것 같다는 생각도 듭니다. 늘 그랬지만 역시 일반적인 상황은 아닌 모양이군요.
He's so quiet.
신속히 정리하고 LCD 팀으로 복귀해야겠습니다.
그것만 해줘도 우리야 고맙지.
The Pinky nurse father remained perfectly still as she continued to fixate on us with her stare. She made no attempt to help Sora, nor did she look for any other way out. She simply stood there, watching in silence, with the bundle of golden bows in her grasp. Oh yeah, he's here. Oh, the music even changes more. Oh, she gains a ton of shield as well. Passives, let's see. Extreme Onus, oh boy. Shin Sora, okay. Extreme Onus is even better, okay. Why did it turn into a trap beat? What happens? Also, I'm stuck using this now, so that's great. Gain 3 power down and 4 paralyzed on clash lose. Lose 15 SP, consume all onus. Okay, so I really want to win a clash against that, and you're not going to be able to win a clash because you're annoying. Yeah, he's just not targeting that skill slot. That's fine. You got this, Merceau. He's always been really reliable, so. Curious about his passives? I guess I could have looked at what Vespa had. The more they give people Shin, the less I care about it. I mean, I guess. Yeah, there's really no reason to care that much about it. That still did a lot of damage with all those unbreakables. Boom. Almost got through her entire shield in one turn. Alright, what do you got for me now? Eliminate all obstacles. Okay, so this just won't do anything. Let me look at Vespa for a second. The yellow harpoon. Oh, is he a color now? Or is that just... Okay. Apic Flashburst Blade Art Hondo. Deal 10% more crit damage per stack. He has 2. I guess he just gains that. Why is this lit up, by the way? Click Nested Harpoon's Wasp Sting. Oh! That's powerful. Yeah. The tags. Yeah, oh yeah, he is just a color now. Okay. He wasn't a color in the web novel. He was just grade 1. But okay. All of these are gonna say hopeless, honestly. It's actually just lying to you. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not redirecting Vespa's Clash, because that's the ones that are actually good. Okay. That first skill is a problem. That's okay. They just turned Vespa into a color for fun. I get it. Oh, I didn't check his passives. That's fine. We probably don't win this turn. And even if we do, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, I don't want him to aura farm too hard. Yeah, see, we're not gonna win this turn. Actually, this is gonna be a lot of Tremor. He was a high-tier grade 1 in Distortion Detective. I know that, but it doesn't matter too much. Okay, sorry, Merceau, you're just probably gonna die. That's okay, though. This doesn't kill. It dealt 0 damage. Okay. Cutscene time. Alright, let me check his passives. Yup. 2 haste and 8 poise at turn start. Gain 3 poise count if an enemy has Nested Harpoon. If the enemy has less than 50% HP, gain Shin the Yellow Harpoon. Okay. Why are they putting flavor text in the descriptions? It's weird. Oh, that's literally just how he gets his color name. Okay. On Clash win, trigger amplitude conversion into Tremor Hemorrhage. My boy is my friend. That's literally the team I'm using. On Clash win against targets with it, convert it into Tremor Reverb instead. Okay. On it with the final coin, trigger Tremor Burst. Okay. Bro is literally just playing Tremor. Got it. He's clashing with Vespa. Okay. Well, I think the fight is probably over, so... Because it's flavor and we love the taste? Okay. Jesus! Okay, yeah, that kills. He's Tremor, Bleed, and Poise, yeah. Bro really got the legendary Gungnir. Check Sora. Too late. Vespa moved with absolute efficiency. One moment his harpoon would deflect his opponent's blow, the next it was carving out an opening for the sinners to land their attack. After a brief but fierce joint battle, the Index Apprentice fell to the ground, then could not bring herself back up. I still feel like we probably could have won that without his help.
숟가락 포크. 그 대도 안 되는 비유는 몇 번째 써먹고 있는 거야?
그래. 포크 숟가락처럼.
숟가락 포크.
Oh, I see what's happening.
맞아. 포크 숟가락. 세상은 포크와 숟가락 두 개로만 분리되어 있는 게 아니라 그걸 합치는 것도 정답이 될 수 있었어. 네가 어떤 상황에 놓였던 간에 그걸 기억하렴. 얼마든지 양립할 수 있단다.
You weren't winning? Yeah, I was. What are you talking about? Was doing fine.
가장 짧고 치명적인 공격은 직선일지라도 그 직선을 흘려낼 수 있는 건 곡선인 것처럼.
그거 리엔 씨가 해주셨던 말인가요? 멋있다. 다른 것도 알려주시면 안 되나요? 리엔 씨가 예전에 하셨던
곧 숨이 끊어질 마당에 마지막으로 듣고 싶어하는 게 고작 그놈의 말인가?
We're being saved by Morositatis until Vespa showed up. I don't know if you knew this, but Morositatis allowed me to get my SP up. And that helps a lot. Even if the enemy is a lot more offense level than you.
이봐, 다 끝난 것처럼 쓰러뜨린 적이랑 대화해줄 여유는 없어. 딱 봐도 저 녀석이 강했으면 더 강할 것 같으니까.
That's right. The fight's not over yet. The Pinky Nurse Father merely watches on from the sidelines with a quiet composure that tells us she could step into the fight at any moment if she wanted. Off to the side, I can see Vespa stealing glances at the watch on his wrist, looking anxious. And I know that the people he wants to protect, the people he has to protect, aren't us. Merceau, tell Vespa, we'll be handling things from here on out.
알겠습니다, 관리자님. 당신의 동료들은 이 복도를 기준으로 남동쪽 방향에 위치해 있다. 출발한 시간을 고려했을 때 2km 정도 위치에
Oh, that's a long way.
당신 어딘가에서 저와 만난 적 있지 않습니까?
You probably have. You both worked for N-Corp.
그렇다.
Oh, he's literally like, we have.
그렇군요. 알려주셔서 감사합니다. 그럼 이만 가보겠습니다.
Vespa seemed to grasp something from that brief exchange and gave a curt nod.
잠시 후에 정식으로 만나 인사드릴 수 있기를.
If you used intended game mechanic, you didn't actually beat the game. The most annoying type of people. Yeah, I know, right? Well, there he goes. Once Vespa left us, the Pinky's Nurse Father's oppressive presence again seems to suffocate the air out of the hallway. It appeared for some reason that her purpose here wasn't to kill us by any means. I'd sent Vespa away from that particular reason. And by some fortune, I seem to have been correct in doing so. However, in hindsight, maybe letting Vespa go was a bad idea, considering what we're up against.
저자는 더 협력하지 않았을 것입니다, 관리자님. 그자는 시간에 엄격합니다.
Eh? You know that guy, Merso.
알고 살아온 것은 사실이지만 세간에서 말하는 정도의 알고 지냄을 겪지는 않았습니다.
Where'd you even meet someone that strong? Wait, you weren't enemies, were you?
아닙니다. 그는 엔사의 금기 사냥꾼이었습니다.
엔사. 그러고 보면 과거 그대도 그곳에서 근무하였다 했었구려.
그렇다.
아니, 당신도 그럼 금기
He furrowed his brow when he says, I was.
그렇지 않다. 단지 그의 소리를 들여다볼 기회가 있었고 서류에 따라 마주칠 법한 곳을 거닐었더니 마주쳤을 뿐이다.
So you ran into him on purpose? Why?
그렇게 하지 않을 이유가 없었습니다. 관리자.
Oh, okay.
아니, 그게 뭔...
Rioshu never once turned an ear toward us throughout our entire conversation. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that she couldn't. She was, after all, glowering at the pinky nurse father with an unblinking gaze that seemed to ready to bore a hole into her.
역겹도록 여유로움을 뽐내는군.
Just as Rioshu said, the woman showed no signs of hostility either. She was simply watching us, waiting for our next move. But that wasn't much consolation. I still couldn't think of any way that would allow us to come out on top in this situation. If only the sinners were all here with me, we might have had a chance, but... Why are you talking in the past tense? Here with me, huh? Come to think of it, this wasn't the first time the sinners were separated from me. We'd previously been separated when we were ambushed back in Hongyan at that fake Kazan, and also when Don Quixote had briefly departed us in La Mancha Land. But despite the distance, these invisible chains that bound me and the sinners had never once been severed. Even when they were killed, departing to a place I couldn't follow, I always managed to reach past the searing gates of Hellfire and bring them back through the impossible. So, as long as these chains bind us together, maybe I can pull them to me wherever they are. Return to me, stand with me here. Oh, that's Tiferet, that's not... Oh, okay. Intense pain ravages through me, and my vision darkens as if my non-existent eyelids were closing. As if I'd just perceived something I wasn't ready to face. Earth be my head, the sky be at my feet. The ladder is laid skyward, and the final kingdom's heart lies penetrated. Yeah, I love that his reasoning was just, there was no reason not to. 32 paths are revealed. The rises and falls of breaths are exiled and returned at the hour of inequivalence. I am the key in the lock of the steadfast gate. The bell that once rang at the end rings of the beginning. In the new millennial kingdom shall the 13 stand by my side. Oh, god dang it. I hate everything about what you just said, man. Oh, not 12. Oh, so she's actually listening. Oh, it's Malcuth. It's not even... Tiferet. 32 paths equals 32 cantos? Hey, that's not a multiple of 12, sir.
뭐야? 당신들은 언제 이쪽으로 왔어? A씨랑 LC D는 어쩌고?
We're not missing a sinner. Dante is one of them. The heat dissipates and my head cools once again. There's not one more. Dante is the 10th sinner. It's obvious that whoever is speaking there is not Dante. It's a different person speaking. Anyways, I want to use the bathroom. Yeah, 13 beside me. You assume that Dante is the one speaking. He's not. He's not in control of his voice when that happens. It also could just be Virgilius, so there's that too. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna quickly take a break and use the restroom, and then we'll come back and do the rest, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's do it. Drenched Gossipium. I'm so glad this isn't a combat stage. I do not want to fight Drenched Gossipium. I like the Drenched Gossipium fight, but I don't want to fight it.
이제 제 시야에서 남은 방은 딱 하나네요. 그러고 보니 예전에 우리 아빠가 놀아줄 때 불러주는 노래 있었는데.
Okay.
자, 됐어. 이제 조금만 있으면 이쪽으로 들어올 거야. 템통님, 풀려난 제동들도 전부 이쪽으로 유인했어요. 사명들도 있더라고요.
Yeah, we knew that, Ezra.
필요한 것은 전부 모았나.
있잖아. 진짜 이걸로 된 거야? 우리가 겪었던 건 전부 설명해줬지만 계획은 당신이 전부 짠 거잖아. 교차 검증이라면 도감을 통해 충분히 맞췄고 계획을 수정할 필요는 없을 것 같은데. 그러다가 만약에 생각한 대로 안 되면 플랜 B 같은 거 있어?
Are they just gonna disappear?
생각해두지 않았다.
대단한 자신감이군. 자신의 예측이 틀릴 거라는 계산이 그 안에 있었다면 분명 차선책을 준비했을 텐데.
Honestly, my main question is how is this new resonance effect going to work in combat?
이건 차선책이 아니다. 그러니 당연히 차선책도 없지. 그저 부족한 인력과 공격 수단을 가진 상황에서 시간을 벌 수 있는 방법을 찾은 것뿐이다. 전쟁 때는 달랐나? 완벽한 작전을 계획하고 실행하는 건 좀처럼 힘든 일이었을 텐데.
뭐 우리처럼 죽었다 살아나지도 않을 텐데. 안일하게 생각해서 말하진 않았겠지.
걸렸군.
그래서 뭔데 이거?
They gave it a cutscene sprite?
엄청 신기하게 생겼네. 꽃같이 생겨서. 아까 썰었던 것 중에 이런 건 본 적 없는데. 말이 통하는 것 같진 않아.
Oh, you've made the rookie mistake of waving.
이건 손짓인 거야? 아, 그거지? 이렇게 시간을 끌어.
Obliterated.
기분 나쁘게 뭐라는 거야? 이씨, 말대라도 꽂겠다 이거야? 되겠냐고! 이까짓 거.
잘라냈다고?
저게 잘라지는 거였어?
Wait, you can just cut it off? What, you didn't real?
계획에 수정이 필요한 건
아니, 거기까지가 계획이다. 외로운 순간순간을 만화나 게임 따위로 참아왔던가. 그것이 압이라는 자와의 유일한 접점. 오락을 유희로 즐기는 것이 아니라 생존의 일부로서 집착했다면.
Yeah, she literally just didn't read its effects, so she's gonna lose.
만약 그 말이 맞다면 저 사람은 말 그대로 게임을 하듯 환상체를 상대하겠네요. 그렇다면 아무 정보 없이 마주친 보스 몬스터의 가장 일반적인 공략법은
거추장스러운 작졸들부터 죽여 없애는 것.
I disagree with that.
하지만 그런 선택이 계속될수록 목화꽃은 저 녀석에게 계속해서 들러붙는다. 너희도 겪어봤겠지. 덕지덕지 목화꽃이 들러붙은 자는.
I wonder what Kim Ji-hoon meant by this.
머금은 목화의 공격을 받아칠 수도 없게 되죠. 너무 강해져서.
내가 안 되니까 저것들한테 빨대 꽂고 무적 치트를 거시겠다. 저것들부터.
Oh boy, it's mad.
내 칼이. 저건 또 시뻘게 지금.
아비가 조금이라도 빨리 합류했다면 망가질 계획이었지. 운이 좋았다고 할 수 있겠군.
혼자서 해결하기 어려운 환상체니 이후 도착할 중지아비에게도 동일한 수법을 써먹어 볼 수는 있겠군. 아직 일이 끝난 것은 아니지만 나쁘지 않은 전략.
어이쿠.
Oh no.
거기에 옹기종기 깜찍하게들 숨어 있었군.
This is fine though because Vespa's on his way there.
아빠가 프라모델 조립하는 거 안 봤니? 이렇게 여기저기에 잔가지가 튀어나와 있으면
Yeah.
전부 잘라내고 시작해야 한다니까.
최종과 뻗은 줄기를 전부 일격에?
천장까지 잘라냈네.
나이 아빠 왔다. 아이 그렇게 계속 TV 누워 있을 거야?
목화꽃이 붓기도 전에 찢어 밝히다니.
이래서 몸이 안 좋으면 머리가
I guess, man. Like.
우리 딸내미 신세 좀 졌다. 아, 술래는 내가 이어봤지 뭐. 괜찮아.
이 정도면 시간은 끌었나.
이젠 싸워보는 수밖에 없겠는데.
Yeah, good luck with that.
버스팀, 너희도 각오는 됐지?
Bus team in English?
그야 물론. 갑자기 쓰러지다니. 무슨
That.
야, 너네 갑자기 왜 그래? 이 새끼, 너 무슨 짓을 한 거야? 왜 갑자기 의식을?
내가 손이라도 됐던가? 거참.
네.
내게 누명을 씌운 업보 하나 추가다.
Don't try to blame me for what I didn't do.
이것은 저자와 관련이 없어 보이네. 뒤틀린 것도 연관이 없어 보이는데. 저희는 이제 어떻게 아이 미치겠네. 야 좀 일어나 봐.
에즈라, 그렇게 흔든다고 돌아올 것 같은 현상은 아닌 것 같지 않니?
그러면 그럼 일단 제가 저 새끼한테 달라붙어서.
진정부터 해. 어떻게 버텨볼 수도 있을 것 같으니까. 여러 번에 걸쳐 진주를 부수는 건 정석적인 제압 방법이겠지만 진주만 한 번에 깨버린다면 도 팔은 쓸 수 있나?
What are you talking about, Ambling Pearl? You when I see the middle member of intense sleep? Okay.
떨어져 나가기
Thank you,
전까지
Coffee.
활용할 수 있다네.
에즈라, 죄종들이 빽빽하게 들어찼던 곳 기억나니?
네.
좋아. 그렇다면
재미있었어. 덕분에 올 딸내미도 배운 게 있었고 입만산 샌님들은 아니라 다행이야. 특히 제일 처음 그 전기 튀기는 시체 액렬은 뜨끈했거든.
They're bringing out the based Abnos for this cutscene.
이제 준비된 장난감들은
Human Thunderbolt wasn't even an abnormality. That was a distortion.
패점 시간이 다가온 것 같지만 그래도 하나 정도는 더 담아줄 수 있지. 마침 재고를 찾으러 갔으니까 한번 확인해보는 게 어때? 에즈라,
열었어요.
Oh, that's why they were talking about Ambling Pearl. Because it's in there. I see. Oh! That's... Okay, man. Chill out. Okay, dude.
괴물 같은 자식. 도대체 몇 번을 덧대서 시술 받은 거야. 중지면서 이 정도면.
마비와 부식을 동시에 일으키는 독성 물질에 거기서 드글거리던 유충들까지 몸을 파고들었을 텐데.
Why does Ambling Pearl sound like that? Why not?
환상체의 독까지 소용이 없었나?
Oh.
마지막은 독이라니. 장난감 고르는 센스가 영 좋지 않아.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we would have wanted to do that one first, huh?
어지간한 말썽쟁이로군. 어릴 적에도 장난감을 전부 부숴먹으며 컸나?
아, 내가 좀 쉽게 질리는 스타일이라서 말이야. 마음에 안 들면 자꾸 부숴버리거든. 전부 질려버려서 이젠 아쉬울 것도 없어.
조립식 철의 군세 네 번째 시리즈라면 어떨까?
아씨, 이
What? What even is that?
다 그런 게 있어.
네가 그 명작을 어떻게 알지?
6 enemy res. He used 2 skills.
네 번째 시리즈는 그 장난감 공장이 폐업 전에 마지막으로 낸 장난감이었지. 당연히 재고도 얼마 없었고. 그리고 그 공간에서 그 사실을 알고 있었던 건 애석하게도 어떤 어린아이밖에 없었던 것 같군. 아무도 그 말을 진지하게 들어주지 않나. 다시는 구할 수 없다는 말도, 집에 있는 것과 다르다는 말도.
When did she get the smoking pipe back, by the way?
저자, 표정이 바뀌었군. 뭔가 생각에 빠진 것인가?
탐정님이 보신 거야. 저자의 마음속 뒤틀림을.
The what?
해즈라!
알겠어요. 파워 건틀리 한 번 더 줘.
직선으로 돌진해. 곤방대로 사슬을 감는다.
Oh, black damage.
이건 또 뭐야? 보랏빛? 이딴 장난감 수갑이나 채우려고 내 정신을 빼놨나?
내게서 보이는 걸 읽어내고 그럴싸하게 말했을 뿐이다.
힘을 주면 줄수록 조여드나.
할 수 있을 때 한 번에 하는 게 좋겠어. 앵두씨!
본국검 용약일자 제어하지도 못할 정도로 빠르게 쏘아진 검이라면 올곧게 찔러 쏜살과 같이 쓰이는 것이
No. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have worked.
건틀릿으로 내 시선을 끌고 더 빠른 검으로 머리를 노릴 생각이었나?
어째서 불려놨지?
역시 저 다리는
월광석에 대한 대비는 전혀 안 해.
Okay.
다리 한쪽만 불려놔도 충분하지. 비록 장부를 펼칠 손은 묶여.
Oh, are her arms just gone?
그날을 떠올리게 만들다니. 너는 장부를 거칠 필요도 없겠어. 내가 곱게 죽이질 않을 거니까.
짙은 보랏빛이었는데 젠장 저 달빛.
뭔진 몰라도 정신까지 간섭하는 건가? 대단하군. M사 최고급 월광석을 탁해주게 할 줄이야.
Oh yeah, he just. I guess they foreshadowed this when she said that I'm not letting go of the sword unless my arms are ripped from my body. And then her arms got ripped from her body.
넌 자기 팔 두 짝이 날아갈 걸 알고도 이 속도로 와서 찌른 건가?
Oh. Okay.
그게 살수뿐이니까.
나는 대부분의 것에 잘 질리는 만큼 신상품이는 꽤 솔직하게 즐거워하는 타입.
This is not the M Corp introduction. We've known what the Moonlight Stones did since Library of Ruina Chapter 6.
그러니까 칭찬하지. 뜯겨나간 두 팔이 아직도 칼자루를 꽉 부여잡고 있는 이 모습은 용감하기 그지없었다고.
How does glasses get back onto his face? He doesn't have free arms.
너희 덕에 오랜만에 숨도 찼다. 멋진 기믹이군.
그리고 그 덕에 여기까지 시간을 벌 수 있었고.
You could call him that.
더 남은 환상체나 뒤틀림이 있었는가?
그보다 더 위험한 거?
Yeah, he sees now.
늦었습니다, 팀장님. 서류 발급 절차가 생각보다 시간이 걸리더군요.
그럴 수밖에. 하나 옆에가 보통 그렇지.
Go? Okay.
이런 일이면 더더욱. 심사는 통과겠지.
Oh, he was literally taking the test to become a color. Okay. So that literally just happened. Okay.
예, 색을 받았습니다.
막내, 설마 더 멋있게 등장하려고 뜸 들이고 그런 건 아니지?
He moves some with envy resonance. Okay.
그럴 리가 있겠습니까? 최단 루트로 오려고 벽까지 베어내면서 왔습니다. 현역 때도 힘으로 밀린 적은 없었는데 재미있군. 너 이름이 뭐지? 내가 활동하던 시기엔 들어본 적 없는 놈 같은데.
No.
손가락에 골목 썩은 쓰레기가 시끄럽군요. 중지 따위에게 될 이름 같은 건 없습니다.
막내, 혹시 이름은 내가 완전 추천했던
Okay.
통과됐어?
예, 여러 가지가 있었는데 결국 그렇게 됐습니다.
Advanced algebra. I mean, I guess. Will Heathcliff get Ricardo or Matthias? I think he's getting neither. Well, maybe Ricardo, but I don't think we're getting IDs for the nurse fathers.
좋아. 그러면 노란 작살의 첫 실적으로 목을 내놔라 이 괴물. 참고로 들으면 알겠지만 저 이름
No, I don't think that's what he cares about.
내가 지었다.
Ezra, I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't think he gives a shit how the name's stuck. I think the color in the name is enough. Beautiful hue of teal. Wait. Oh, that guy. Oh, right, we're going through each. I get it.
제 공격을 쳐내지 말아주세요. 재료들의 흠집이 나는 걸 보니 마음이 아프군요.
Yellow Jacket was right there for another bee joke. Yellow Jackets aren't even bees! If the nurse feathers are closer to colors, and yeah, not totally confident we're getting nurse feathers. Considering we just got an ID for one of the apprentices, I'd say that's way more likely.
다무시게 자네 그 악랄한 예술에 올릴 바에 차라리 본인의 손으로
Don,
뽑아버릴
you should
것이.
really think about the phrasing.
어떤 미학도 없이 생존을 위해 스스로의 몸을 훼손하는 건 좋지 않지만 당신의 그 격렬한 감정을 담아 뽑아낸 팔은 제법 괜찮은 작품이 될지
But Lei Heng, though?
모르겠어요.
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind, Lei Heng is of an entire tier below Valencina.
야, 저딴 개소리에 하나하나 답해주지 마. 떠들면서 체력 낭비하게 놔둬.
넷이서 한 번에 달려드는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
Read the new Dawn upside story? I don't care, man. I'll get to it.
그렇지. 너도 이제 싸움꾼 다 됐다.
Oh.
잠시 기다리시죠. 이건
뭔데? 어차피 지금 속전속결.
이건 호에나이.
다들 괜찮으세요? 사과를 하고 싶었던 것 같네. 이 상황은 제법 예측 범위 바뀌지 않나. 실이 풀린 건가요? 아니, 오히려 꼭 실에 끌려가 버린 것 같군요. 요시히데는 도시의 작품 중 유독 꼭두각시 인형만큼은 좋아하지 않았죠.
그 아이는 뭐랄까 인형을 일종의
Okay.
모조품처럼 여겼어요.
So Hohenheim is gonna have to do
아무리
something.
교묘하고 비슷하게
Did they just
만들었어도
despawn? No.
살아 숨쉬는 진짜와는 비교할 가치조차 없다고 말이죠. 하지만 단순히 모조품이라고만 여길 건 아니랍니다. 생각의 관점에 따라 오히려 그건 이상향이 될 수도 있는 법이죠.
He's so tall, by the way.
우리 역시 묶여있는 실을 전부 타고 올라가다 보면 서로 달리 행동하는 것 같아도 그 위에는 아마 동일한 자의 손이 있을지도 모를 테니까요.
손가락은 사실 하나라는 뒷골목 헛소문을 약지에게서 듣는 건 신선하군. 그런 검증되지 않은 싸구려 음모론은 연구원에겐 그닥 가치가 없다네. 그건 그렇고 야심찼던 조수근의 계획이 물거품으로 돌아갔군. 이래서 계획은 다양할수록 좋은 걸세. 최근 전투 실험이 언제였지? 사흘 전이었던가.
나흘 전이었습니다. 그린 예산치고 결과가 형편없다고 툴툴거리면서 저와 알리사에게 커피를 사주셨죠. 자판기 커피를요.
Okay, Hohenheim, you get to actually fight, buddy.
자네도 한기억력하는군. 하지만 경고한 시간상으로는 사흘에 더 가깝다네.
Okay, dude.
아무튼 걱정 말게. 솔직히 자네의 설비 수리 능력에는 아직 편견이 남아있는만 상황이 이러니 어쩌겠나. 반려되었던 비안을.
팀장님, 좀 더 확실한 계획이 방금 떠올랐어요.
Oh, have you?
아시잖아요. 비하는 결함이 너무 많아요. 성공 확률도 낮고요.
허튼 생각하지 말게.
Bro.
자네가 뭘 하려는지 알고 있어. 범인의 생각으로는 그게 최선이라는 생각이 들 수도 있겠지. 하지만
I would also like a middle ID for Outis.
호헨하임 팀장님.
아니, 아무 말도 하지 말게. 지금 생각하는 중이니.
제 에고 장비 초롱의 마지막 테스트 기억하세요? 가능도 70% 기준으로 꽤 높은 에너지를 낼 수 있었어요. 매우 120%까지 올린다면 최대 5분까지는 저자의 발목을 붙들 수 있겠네요. 남은 설비를 수리하기엔 팀장님에겐 넉넉한 시간이겠죠.
120%라면 장비째로 폭발해. 그 에너지를 고스란히 끌어안으면서. 내 대답이 자네의 행동을 막는 것에 의미가 있긴 한가?
그건 아니에요. 죄송해요.
Okay, man.
알리사, 저들이라면 분명 약속을 지켜주겠죠. 구할 수 있게 된다면 잘 돌봐주세요.
Yeah, Yisang's. It's literally Yisang's passive. He's gonna blow himself up.
침착하시네요. 제자가 당신을 버리고 도망쳐버렸는데
차라리 그랬으면 좋겠군. 그랬다면 이렇게 비참한 기분은 아니었을 테지.
마지막으로 남길 말이 있으신가요? 대부분의 재료는 이맘때 언제나 사활을 건 단말말을
I would love for him to respond to this with like, "What's that over there?" and then have the lantern effect take.
유언은 없어. 고작 그런 짧은 몇 마디로 인생을 일축하기엔 내가 남긴 업적은 너무나 방대하네.
그 비루한 신체에 새기기엔 과분할 정도로 멋진 말이군. 하지만 마음에 들었어요. 특별히 공들여 새겨드리죠.
Yep.
그런 최후에 너무 억울해하지 마세요. 당신도 도망친 저자도 어차피 멋진 조각상을 위해 떨어져 나갈 패석이었답니다.
The ring nurse father is such a yapper that he legit stops doing shit just to chat. Yeah, that's true.
모든 존재는 상호 유사하게 구성되어 있으나 그것들은 모두 별도의 생명을 가진 존재지.
피?
배석이라. 맞는 말일지도 모르겠군. 하지만 우리 둘 모두를 그렇게 지칭하였으니 자네는 틀렸다네. 세상에, 저렇게 밝은 빛을 내는 배석이 어디 있겠나?
그렇네요. 아름다운 청색 빛이에요.
And so Martin died off camera. Yes. I mean, most likely, right? By the way, I would like to point out we have encountered one new enemy in this. I'm not really that. Oh no. It's got story attached to it. Please don't be an abnormality. Okay, good. I said I was going to use Envy Resonance this section, and this is the first stage where I actually can. So actually, wait, what the hell? What am I doing? Boom, I need her, I need him. And then the last one should probably be Ishmael, but an R-Corp would also be very good. So. There we go. Thought you were gonna use thinking? No. Clear stage? Yeah, no, it's a boss fight. My blurred vision slowly comes into focus, as does my dazed mind. It feels like something just wreaked havoc through my head. Faust, know anything about what just happened? Faust? Wait, why is everyone here? Did you guys finish restoring the facility? Why is everyone here?
이번에도 기억을 하지 못하시는 것으로 보여 설명하겠습니다, 관리자님. 약 7분 전 관리자님의 머리가 종전과 같이 불타오르더니 마치 소환 혹은 생성되기라도 하듯 이 자리에 없던 수감자들이 나타났습니다.
I did that? I remember thinking really hard that I needed the sinners to be here, but did I unlock a new power the way that I did in our times of need? Like when we fought Don Quixote or when we were helping Honglu? But this feels different. Maybe it's a power to summon the sinners to me when things get dicey?
아니, 그것은 아닌 것 같소, 단테. 그대가 불러들인 것은 수감자가 아니라 거울에 비춰진 흐릿하게 빚어졌지만 확실하게 더 씌워진 인격이요.
Like Isang said, the summoned sinners all stood in eerie silence. It was like I was staring at their empty husks standing at the ready for my command. Their identities, then what about the actual sinners who are still separated from us?
지금으로선 알 수 없겠지. 일단은 불행 중 다행이라고 생각하자고. 다른 것보다 저 황금 가지를 뺏기지 않는 게 중요하잖아.
He's not wrong. I don't like this, but we're not exactly in a position to pick and choose. The 12 sinners, now together, approach the sole enemy. 13, but whatever. Alright. The index nurse father Shiomi Yoru. Part gains shield equal to the stack. Reduction in the shield reduces the stack. Okay. Minimax speed -2 for this unit. On hit, activate the following effects. Inflict 1 poison, inflict 2 bleed, inflict 1 bind next turn, inflict 2 burn. Pardon me? Okay. Gain poise, gain slash damage up for every 15% missing HP. Okay. That's just charge. Alright, so these effects don't actually do anything. Okay, Rioshu really hates her. When taking damage that would stagger this unit, don't get staggered and remove the corresponding stagger threshold, then gain an attack power-up. After using a skill, gain an ego resource, deal 20% damage and take 20% damage from Nurse Father. On Clash Win, deal 5 SP damage to her. Okay. Cool. What? Hold. It rolls 3? You need to Clash Win against these before she does anything else, I guess. Blade Trail After Image, gain a fragile for every 10 stack. Okay, whatever. It doesn't go away, but it's not a big of a deal. Okay, so first things, the first 3 people need to Clash Win against those. I know it says favored because there's more to it than that. Right? This isn't actually as hopeless as it appears. In fact, that's probably my best clash against that skill, which kind of sucks, but oh well. I did read the fight, so it should be fine. See? We're fine. First clash matters so much. Oh yeah, she was just at 45 SP. That's why it was unlikely to win. She's level 77? That's not as high as I would have expected, but okay. Owned. Sinclair. Come on, man. I don't like the debuffs that she inflicts, but it's not that big of a deal. Thank you, Ishmael. Oh, I thought I lost a coin in that. Okay. Oh. That was awkward. That one did lose a coin. Which is bad because this ID really needs charge. But that's okay. Alright, still doing the same thing? Yes, for the most part. I wish Rioshu could be going first here, honestly, but it doesn't look like it, so... Alright, let me read this. Can clash with the skill regardless of speed, can't be staggered until the skill ends. Deal 80% less damage and damage dealt by the skill can't stagger. Reuse this coin 4 times. Why? Okay. On hit, inflict blade trail after image, and more if it... okay, so we want the last person to clash with this, then. Basically. Alright, pay attention, chat. You're gonna be quizzed on this later. What did I do wrong? It wasn't this, because this has to clash. Not enough envy? Correct. I wasn't resonating at all, and that's a turn I really should have been. But unfortunately, I also need to clash, so it doesn't really matter. Ishmael, don't you dare. Like, actually, just don't do that. This isn't gonna hit that hard. It's still gonna do a decent amount of damage because, yeah, I have a lot of, I don't know, something's dealing a lot of damage to me, and I'm not entirely sure what that is. Oh, it's just Sloth. Okay. Like, is there something that I'm not reading that's making me deal all this damage? Take all this damage, rather? Because she's doing a fixed 20 damage. I guess I should probably read her passives. Take less damage from all statuses. Use a powerful attack pattern every 4 turns. That would be this turn, right? Deal 50% less damage if this unit's skills against targets that use defensive skills. Gain 2 fragile and 2 damage up every 4 turns. Panic stuff. On hit with this unit's coin, deal slash damage equal to the coin's final damage divided by 10. This effect activates after image entanglement. Okay, that's not very helpful. Attack skill end. Deal number of slash coins that hit critically times 10. Oh, that's why. So how the heck do you stop her from having poise? Is it her sanity effect? No. That's a really funny sanity effect. Okay, so this is a fight where it's probably better to not have teleport, but that's okay. So no matter what I do, have the blade shell amount. Okay. Is there a way for her to lose poise? That's the question. It doesn't really look like it. It's really annoying. Oh well. Does put me on a time limit, though. Oh, yeah, I should be clashing that with people who have After Image, right? So, Sinclair, Rioshu, and Dawn. Yeah, I see that. I trust in Heathcliff. Do you, chat? Actually, I do want Outis to clash with that, now that I think about it. Chat, do you trust Heathcliff? Yes. Good. That's the correct answer, because, I didn't plan this turn properly, really. Also, you should have trusted him, because she was gonna have paralysis no matter what. Check the Durante info. It doesn't say anything, Ricky. I already looked at it. Ow. That's okay. Owned. What? Sinclair, bro, you gotta stop that. Oh, she got rid of this stupid effect that was inflicting a ton of poison against me. That's nice. I don't even know how I got rid of that. I think that's just part of the fight. But... oh, hi. Clash regardless of speed. Can't be staggered until skill ends. Deal 80% less damage. After attack, end the turn. That's annoying. I guess that's why you want to get rid of the blade trail after image. Sorry, Heathcliff. How much damage does that do? Okay, so that's dealing 5% of Heathcliff's max HP. That's actually not that bad. How do I want to clash with it, though? It's what, 15 plus 4, and then she's got how much more offense level than me? She got it again. I mean, realistically, any ego can beat this right now. So, like... Dawn got staggered? Okay. It's acceptable. Let's... make sure you're actually doing something, I guess. This would actually be a great NV Resonance turn. I mean, that doesn't work, actually. Faust, you have Hexnail. Is that better? I would have to get heads regardless of which ego I use here, actually. So... No, the other one. So that'll be the clash. You're still gonna do that. You're gonna counter because it will activate... Because that's an unbreakable coin. Oh, wait, yeah. And V-Res. I remember how the game mechanics work, surely. There. Oh, wait, after attack, end the turn. I shouldn't have done that. Showcase the new Heathcliff ego? Yeah, no, that ego does not roll good enough, sorry. I forgot how this works. I don't get any actions this turn. Oh no, it still counted the... Okay. Oh my lord. Yeah. We're at positive 30 SP again. Rioshu. Where did all my SP go? What? Oh, I just used an ego. I'm stupid. Don't worry about it, chat. Oh, jeez. Okay. This might actually be hopeless, so I'm gonna have somebody else do that. So is that. Plus, Dawn doesn't even need SP right now, so if I can make it so that she's never clashing, that's a good thing. I don't care that you ended the turn. I used a counter. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yep. There was one stagger, and it was the person who was supposed to clash with it, so that's fine. Yeah, I knew Rioshu would win. She's reliable in this. Look, if I do lose this attempt, chat, I'll switch to sinking, because I'm pretty sure sinking just obliterates this fight. Oh, we're doing this now. Oh, I didn't even realize that was an unfocused volley. That's neat. Now I know that's a lie. Let's, that doesn't help me. Oh, I do not have Snag Harpoon equipped. That's fine. Do I want a Dimension Shredder? I could. Nah. Actually, that's not a good idea. I want Rioshu to clash with that, but with the other skill, preferably. I do not trust that at all. Can I just... I think I can just beat it by doing that. Do I want to use scissors here? to get ego resources. That's actually a pretty good idea, yeah. 4, 5? Okay, we're good. She crushed my charge team? Well, I can believe it, honestly. The fixed damage after every single time she attacks is really obnoxious. What the heck was that? What just happened there? Oh, that clashed way earlier than I had intended, but it's still fine. This is gonna hurt. This probably just kills someone, actually. Now that I think about it. Almost. Outis and Sinclair staggered. Okay. I'm wondering where the HP gate is in all this, because I know there's gotta be one, right? Oh, that's new. Doesn't trigger target's defense skill, prioritizes targets that aren't Rioshu. I see. Okay. Who has the most and can clash? Faust and Heathcliff. And Rioshu. Those three are the ones that are gonna clash with the front skills. How much charge does he have? 3? Bro. That's okay. What? Oh my god. Okay. I don't believe you. It's fine. Annoying. Ouch. I don't even get what the point of the reuse is on that one, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, she won the clash. Okay, there it is. At 10 plus SP, generate Mang. Well, at least I didn't have to deal with that. This is the one that ends the turn. Wait, this is a different skill. You jerk. 10 plus SP, can clash with the skill regardless of speed, can't be staggered until this skill ends. The skill generated Mang lose SP, end this turn. Yeah. Who do I want to clash with it? It says hopeless. It's not actually hopeless, but I don't trust it as much as I would like trust an ego here. It's my best rolling ego. It's probably Red Eyes Open, isn't it? Yeah. I have to get heads on it regardless. And that's more likely to win than D-Shredder, so... Well, Vines technically rolls higher, but I'm pretty sure Red Eyes Open is more likely to win. Yeah. Throw Don Bob for the funny? God, no. Why would I do that? Why is she called the Index Nurse Father? She wasn't? I'm pretty sure she was called the Pink... Oh yeah, she's called the Index Nurse Father. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure that's just incorrect. That didn't even kill anybody. That's surprising. Oh, we're just still going. Okay. Sorry, Heathcliff. Rip. Unfortunately, you decided to have aggro, and that's just not conducive to my strategy right now. So, except that the problem is this isn't gonna kill him. So, like, I would need to find a way to get him to die quicker, which is just not gonna happen. So, you know. Let's pop one of these, because it's funny. I don't have a choice. I have to clash with these. I'm not gonna be able to get past it otherwise. I mean, yeah, that's gonna win. I know my skills. Should have resisted slash. Yeah, I know, right? Bonk. 83. Oh, I hit the damage threshold. She stopped taking damage. Yeah, see? We're fine. It was just breaking her shield. Yeah, honestly, the resistances do not matter because of the fixed damage. But that fight wasn't actually that bad. I actually kind of liked that fight. It's just, I would like to have known that when the fight would actually end, you know? The identities were incomplete, perhaps due to the abruptness with which they were summoned, and were nowhere near strong enough to stand against the Pinky Nurse Father. Am I not even a threat to her? She did not cast even a sideways glance toward me, as though to say that so long as I didn't stand in her way, she wouldn't bother attacking me. Her quiet gaze was fixed intently on Rioshu's wounded form.
전력 완전 복구가 완료되었습니다.
The PA system buzzes and the whirring sounds I assume to be coming from the reactivated elevators begin filling the hallways.
그걸 가지고 다시 거미 집으로 기어 들어가는 건가?
Dante, you're not a threat to anyone. Yeah. Easier than Sora's fight? I would actually say it's probably harder. Believe it or not.
역시 그이 혀 잘 되니 보기 좋군.
That was when the woman began to speak from behind the veil. Even though I was certain her tongue had been cut off as I'd seen in that memory.
도저히 못 봐주겠구나. 그 신락 같은 기억 한 줄을 여전히 움켜쥐고 있는 모습을.
내 놈, 어떻게 말을... 그 역겨운 혀, 분명 이 검으로 베었는데...
어차피 그 머릿속은 낱낱이 조각나 있을 텐데 무엇하러 그걸 구하려 용을 쓰는 거냐?
그 놓치지 않은 하나.
No, the abnormalities are easy.
그걸 따라 여기까지 온 거다. 모든 것들이 헤집어져도 선명한 하나가 남아있으니.
틀려. 순서가 모순되었어. 다른 모든 것들이 헤집어졌으니까 그 감정은 허상이겠지. 그 애의 얼굴은 기억나던가? 말투는, 키는
무엇을 하며 시간을 보냈지?
엄마라고 불러도 돼?
부르는 게 어떻든 달라진 건 없을 텐데.
아니야. 엄청 달라져, 엄마. 울림이 달라지잖아.
인정하지 그러니. 그것마저 놓치면 내게는 남는 것이 없어서 그런 거라고. 그래서 고작 허상을 네 전부인 것처럼 끌어안고 있는 거라고.
Cool fight, wish I hadn't Murasatadisted. Cool fight, wish I hadn't used the game mechanics to play the game. No, you use whatever you want. Who cares?
우습군. 옛날 같았다면 나는 내 놈의 그 말에 비참한 기분을 느꼈겠지. 마음이 난도질 당하는 것처럼.
엄마는 왜 항상 저한테 그런 식으로 말해요? 그런 말 들으면 여기가 콕콕 찔린 것처럼 아파요. 피는 안 나는데 깊이 찔린 것 같아요.
그래서 불행한가? 네가 생기고서부터 내 인생은 줄곧 불행했다.
Yep, there's the line from the trailer.
대답하렴.
알아요.
그래, 그걸 잊으면 안 되지. 너라는 족쇄에 발목이 잡혀 내 인생이 바닥에 처박혔다는 걸. 그런데 고작 그까짓 말에 아프다고 하다니. 언제 내 얼굴을 봐도 된다고 했지? 당장 고개 안 돌려?
죄송해요. 엄마 얼굴 허락 없이 안 볼게요. 아프다고도 안 할게요. 죄송해요.
내 놈들 모두 예전과 편한 게 없어 보여. 그래서
Yeah, you played Limbus? Opinion disregarded.
자신의 처지에 대한 탓을 누군가에게 돌리며 화낼 줄만 알지. 바꾸려는 시도는 누구도 하지 않아. 그러니 그야말로 진창일 수밖에. 거미집이라는 곳은.
I came up with my channel name. I looked up the Russian name for what a buzzy beetle from Mario was. Honestly, people should stop playing the content underleveled. Like, that's... You can just wait and do it later. It's not that big of a deal. Obviously, getting spoiled would suck, but, like, you know.
진짜 맞는 말이구나. 그러니까 처음부터 발도 들이지 않는 편이 좋았을 텐데. 너나 나나.
The Pinky Nurse Father let out a wry laughter as she muttered.
그리고 너와 내가 어디 한두 해를 같이 살았겠니? 다른 아비들은 몰라도 내겐 네 생각 따위는 훤히 보일 지경이 됐지. 그 금고에 아이를 숨겨둔 건 어쩌면 그 시절에 네가 할 수 있었던 최선의
It's impossible to go on
생각이었을지도
Twitter
모르겠고.
if you don't play it the day of. You said that like it's possible to go on Twitter. What you should do is do what I did and delete your Twitter account.
그곳은 정말 어린아이만 들어가 있을 수 있을 정도로 조그만 곳이니까.
방금 뭐라고 했지?
The pinky nurse father smote down Rioshu's sword, holding it in place.
주제넘게 내게 너의 검을 휘두르는구나. 진심을 보일 거면 그때처럼 그 검을 빼내어서 휘두르렴. 그런 마음조차 없다면 지금의 너는 아무것도 아니야. 너는 내가 상처 입힐 때마다 그런 얼굴을 하는구나.
당신은 왜 항상 나를...
네가 그 검을 휘두르고 떠난 그날, 네가 남긴 상처가 많이 아팠거든.
You should also leave any Discord that tells you how to play the game, because, frankly, that's stupid. Play the game how you want to play it.
검이 가까워지면 다시 그때처럼 베인다. 아문 상처는 벌어지고 의체로 붙은 팔다리도 다시 이음새가 벌어지며 떨어져 나가지. 이 검의 규칙은 절대적이었다. 내 기억을 대가로 하는 만큼 그것만큼은 진실된
Don't have social media.
힘이었고.
Good idea, Veno. Unfortunately, I do like looking at pictures on the internet, so I have a Blue Sky account. But also, I'm a content creator, so people like to know when I'm doing things. That's mostly it. How are you, Veno?
글쎄, 애초에 진실된 것과 거짓된 것을 논하는 게 의미가.
It's my roster of sinners. I'm gonna use whatever meme strategy I want. Yeah, exactly. I just beat her with Envy Resonance first try. Like, don't assume that that is a... That is a... Like, okay, wait. Also, that's a hilarious amount of damage taken. Let me be real with you, chat. Envy Resonance is my favorite team in the game. Of the teams that exist in this game that are actually, like, kind of fleshed out, I think Envy Resonance is the worst available team you could ever play. It is entirely a gimmick. It's decent. It has a strategy behind it. It takes a lot of effort to use it well. There's a lot of RNG. It's very ego-reliant, and, like, the IDs don't synergize perfectly with each other. This is the first time I ever didn't bring Middle Merceau into a fight, and it's just because I don't have an 8th slot. It is a valid team, that's what I mean. I think it's the weakest valid team you can create. It is entirely based on a gimmick. It's a fun gimmick, but it is a gimmick. It's definitely incomplete, yeah. Homeward Bound. Oh, they're gonna introduce the dog now. Just... Oh, right. I guess we haven't seen these people.
돌아가면 중앙 쪽 콘실리에를 그 새끼한테 꼭 뭐라도 받아내야겠어.
Huh?
그 새끼는 내가 이렇게 쎄 빠지게 고생하고 있다는 것도 모를 거 아니야.
거미집은 어째서 여태까지 유지되고 있었던 거지?
What even is it? We still don't even know what it is, really.
자존심 한번 기막히게 긁어대네. 좀 너무하다고 생각하지 않나? 내가 바로 앞에 있는데
숨 한 번 몰아쉬지도 않고 여유만만하게 질문이나 해대고 있는 건
너희가 본사 연구실에 침입한 이유는 4번 수감자를 여전히 포기 못한 탓이라는 것은 알고 있다.
수감자? 내 자식을 부르는 모양새가 싸가지가 없군. 그것도 번호까지 붙여서 말이지.
Beating the game with the weakest team just to flex? No. It is not the weakest team, it's the weakest team that has a strategy. The weakest team is just all the base sinners. Because they're the weakest IDs, for the most part. There's a couple that outdo a double odd ID that they have, but, you know. I do think Sora should probably gain karmic consequence more, but that's just an opinion. I don't actually think it matters too much.
고작 우리 티켓과 몇 년이나 지내봤다고 대단한 감독자라도 된 듯이 말끝마다 그놈의 수감자. 나는 걔가 그 조그만 손에 칼을 처음으로 쥐어보는 그 순간부터 가르쳤다고.
단순히 그 비틀린 애착만으로 거미집이 수년간 유지될 리는 없다. 4번 수감자만이 내어줄 수 있는 무언가가 너희들을 오늘날까지도 붙잡고 있는 거겠지.
내가 어떻게 버티면서 만들어낸 티켓인데 백지 쪼가리로 날릴 수는 없지. 그래, 이건 10수년 넘게 준비한 우리들의 염원이야. 가출한 개를 돌봐준 건 고맙지만 부모 딸린 개는 마땅히 집으로 돌려보내야 하지 않겠어?
이걸 기다렸나?
Was Valentina's VA the same as Ahab? I have no idea.
아, 그래. 이 지랄 맞은 역할도 곧 끝나겠네. 아, 혹시라도 에고는 쓸 생각 마. 옆집 짐덩이도 쓰더만. 쓰기 직전에 티가 딱 나잖아 그거.
내가 에고를 사용하지 않으면 내게서 도망칠 수 있다고 생각하나 보군.
아이고 무서워라. 네가 뭘 잘하는지 어떤 이유로 붉은색을 얻었는지 다 알고 있어. 연기 전쟁, 조직 항쟁, 손가락 걸기. 구를 만큼 굴렀나 봐 나도. 정신 차려 보니 알면 안 되는 거, 알 수도 없는 거. 그런 게 싫다고.
You just checked the phone. Not me. My phone doesn't sound like that, and it's not on vibrate.
흥미롭군. 가문에서 내쳐진 개에게도 먹이를 주는 한가한 놈이 있다는 건 그렇지 않나, 발렌치나?
그만! 긁어대라. 뒤엔 그 자식이 말한 계획인가 뭔가만 아니었어도 저 케이크를 짓뭉개고 붉은 시선 당신까지 잡아 족쳤을 테니까. 슬슬 시간이 돼서 나 이제 집에 가야 하거든? 그런데 당신 고분고분 보내줄 생각이 없나 봐? 교본도 챙겨가야 하니 보험을 좀 걸어야겠어.
Yeah, I guess he probably just got knocked out.
검 미리 손질해두길 잘했네. 이 레이피어 스치기만 해도 피부가 갈라지거든. 이 아이 목에 지워지지 않을 빨간 실이 그어지는 꼴 보고 싶지 않으면 네 놈이 들고 있는 무기 바닥에 내려놔.
Didn't read this Yeah, no, she seems to be exiled from the thumb. It's interesting because the others don't really seem to act like they've been exiled from their specific fingers. So, it might just be seen that being part of this group is disrespectful.
그리고 발로 차서 멀리 보내. 잘했어. 그리고 이제 얘를 바닥에 내려 여유롭게 3초를 셀 거야. 기껏 마지막까지 와서 내가 얘를 바닥으로 떨어뜨리는 불상사라도 보고 싶은 건 아니겠지?
This is a really bad strategy, by the way. Because if she does kill Charon, there's nothing that that can stop Virgilius from killing her, right? So, like, she knows that she can't actually kill her there.
3. 너무 그렇게 노려보지는 마. 2.
Oh.
나이스 캐치. 교본이 좀 찢어진 것 같지만 이 정도야 다시 기워내면 그만이지. 내가 수고해 갈게.
아휴, 시간 됐네. 바가지 머리.
바가지?
저를
보고 한 말입니까?
Are you talking to me? Yes, he is, man.
니놈, 강에서 여유 부리는 건 알겠는데 너무 나대지는 마라. 아프니까 딱 장부에 적어만 둔다. 다음에 힘 대 힘으로 해결 보자고.
아빠.
너도 챙겨야 할 사람이 꽤나 있어 보이는데 서로 할 거 하지 그래? 응? 잘 생각했군. 내 장난감들 잘 고쳐놓고 있어. 어차피 곧 배송해 줄 거잖냐.
He's a huge mouth, by the way.
그리고 난 바가지 머리 좋아한다.
Okay, man. It's like, I actually like your haircut. I wasn't saying it to be disrespectful.
시간 가는 줄 모르고 빛을 따라갔었군요. 어느덧 폐장할 시간이 되었다니 아쉬워요. 몰입에는 왜 항상 끝이라는 것이 존재할까요? 마틴의 의지가 그만큼 강했던 덕이지. 희생이라는 것을 이해하기에 자네는 너무 무지했던 탓이고. 그렇군요. 예술가에겐 언제나 공부가 필요하죠. 마지막에 터지는 것도
Yeah, the middle does really like their hair, to be fair.
것까지 즐겁게 잘 보았답니다. 부디 다시 만나게 되면 좋겠네요. 제 전시장에 오세요. 당신이 남길 감상이 기대되기 시작했으니까요.
See, what's really interesting about this is that the ring guy doesn't really seem to care about being part of the House of Spiders. He's just kind of doing what the ring normally does. And then walking around. He does not care.
그자도 너무하는구나.
Oh, there he is.
자기 자식 아니라고 이런 꼴을 한 너를 두고 가버리다니. 이제 집에 가자, 소라.
거기 서.
딸, 오는 길에 성적표를 봤단다. 그자들이 왜 너를 3등에 뒀는지는 알겠지만 너무 상심하지 마렴.
Third place, what?
사람을 죽이는 건 요시대. 네가 1등과 2등보다 뛰어나니까.
치워. 류엔 씨, 저분들에게 류엔 씨의 제논의 거북나선 번호 알려주실 수 있나요? 친절한 분들이에요. 건물에 끌린 저를
죽거든요.
Oh, right, the sinner rankings. Yeah, she is the third strongest, isn't she? Who was the strongest again? It was Dawn, and then the second strongest was Outis.
그렇구나. 알겠어. 모든 나선의 비밀번호는 뻔하잖아. 네 생일이었단다, 딸. 그날도 네가 뭘 좋아할지 몰라서 지령대로 케이크를 사놓았는데 결국 한 입도 못 먹은 게 계속 기억에 남아서. 상처에는 꼭 흉지지 않게 반창고 붙이고.
당신들. 내가 그 애를 어디에 숨겨놨는지 알고 있었어?
Fourth was Merceau, Yisang was dead last.
간단한 질문이야. 집으로 직접 돌아와서 확인해보면 되지 않겠니?
가지마. 이대로 가지마.
딸, 방금 그 말 효과 좋았어. 여기 심장이 잠깐 찌릿했거든.
The moment we became certain that the index nurse father was gone, the sinners all collapsed to the ground with a collective, exhausted sigh. Whenever we'd encountered him, we had never once averted his eyes from Rioshu, as though the rest of us posed no threat against him. Replaying his words in our minds, the nonchalance with which he invited Rioshu to come back home, we let the silence he left behind wash over us, overwhelmed by the sheer monumentality of the task before us. Every skill consists of at least one coin. Did you know that? The safe. Okay, so the level up gave me enough to... Okay. What is that?
무언가 두고 갔어. 저건 마치 근구.
Okay.
꾸량.
Rioshu hurried toward the safe left behind by the index nurse father. She kneeled before the locked safe and placed her trembling hands over it, before reaching out to its door with such tenderness that she seemed completely different from the person who'd just made a mad dash toward it a few seconds ago. Her hand was bumpy with old, rough, but distinct scars. And some of those scars that never fully healed were numbers. Numbers that made her eyes flit desperately between the skin where they were etched and the safe. Trembling, Rioshu opens the rusty door. The tiny space inside, where a child was supposed to be waiting for her mother's return, was empty, as though someone had carved out a piece of reality from the world. Strength seemed to drain out of Rioshu's hand as the fingers that tightly gripped around the door's handle fell limp, as though the sheer weight of the emptiness spread from the tip of her fingers into every part of her body. Rioshu. We all heard the name that slipped between Rioshu's lips like a dying whisper. It was the name of the child whom she was supposed to find in there. But before we could ask her more about Araya, Rioshu fell to the ground unconscious.
이게 내 이름이야?
그래, 알아야. 라고 있지.
너무 어렵게 생겼어. 사루처럼 막 지은 거 아니지? 엄마 이름은 어떻게 적는데?
자, 읽어봐.
류슈?
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라 요시대라고 읽는 거다.
류슈! 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
시설 접근은 완료되었네. 물론 안정화 미션이 필요하는 그 부분은 LPC에 의해서 맡기고 알렸으니 뒷발을 해줄 수 있다. 청년으로 4월 4일 그것이 공사공사 7살이 맞더라고. 사우스에서 말해줘서 일상때 말들은 전부 해야 되겠다. 리오슈는
보고 말라고 엄포를 놓았던 나흘 전 회의가 가장 쓸모없는 이야기가 될 줄은 몰랐군. 준비는 끝났습니다. 관리자, 4번 수감자는 아직입니까?
Still a bit dazed, but she's recovered.
그 부분은 상관없다고 하시네요.
시계가 언제나 만능은 아니겠죠, 단테.
I think she's in shock, and that's not the kind of wound I can rewind.
LCB 진행에 문제 없습니다. 팀장께서 LCB도 문제 없다 하셨네.
우리 쪽도 확인 끝났고.
Who?
LCA 선봉 1팀 우제트 라디오 체크.
수신도 양호. 현 시각 기점으로 1팀 강습 준비 완료. 작전 목표에 변경은 없다. LCA는 도착 직후 방해 요소 박멸에 전념한다. 그런데 정말 이렇게 들어가는 건가?
문제 있나? 불만이 있다면 이 오티스에게 말하도록.
We landed on this after much discussion with everyone, but the problem...
없습니다. 현재 림버스 컴퍼니가 가진 전력으로 구상했을 때 이 인원 분배보다 성공 확률이 높은 가능성은 찾기 어렵군요.
애초에 본부에서 무참히 전멸당한 걸 생각하면 이놈들은
특작팀은 이런 데 쓰려고 있는 부대가 아니라고. 걔네도 어쩔 수 없었어. 그리고 우리도 그것 때문에 자존심에 금이 좀 가서 말이야.
언제까지 이렇게 옹기종기 모여서 수다를 떨어야 하는 거지?
I mean, it is the character that Outis' idea is based off of, but she's 2 entire team ranks above, so...
이제 막 끝났습니다. 뒷문 연결 성공적입니다.
괜찮겠어? 당신도 의처를 연결하기 전에 쉬는 게...
괜찮아요. 지열은 확실하게 했으니까요. 지금부터 5을 거꾸로 센 뒤에 문을 열 거예요.
오. 팀장님, 그 장비 정말 괜찮으시겠어요?
날 걱정할 필요는 없다네. 시행 횟수가 적다고 해도 충분히 다룰 수 있다는 것은
Oh, so he's taking
분명하지 않았나.
different ego gear?
오히려 장비를 잘못 입고 온 건 자네가 아닌가 싶군.
이것만큼 능숙하게 다룰 수 있는 에고 장비가 없는걸요.
암흥도에 특히 주의하게나.
가?
상체가 걸어오는 말. 내 부탁을 가볍게 듣지 말게.
4.
They gave him Big Bird's ego? Okay.
역시 내키지 않는 건 작전이 여러 준비됐다곤 해도 그곳에 직접 가는 건.
He also shaved, that's true too.
아, 그래도 이번엔 저희도 만반의 준비를 했잖아요, 팀장님.
Hang on, can I cheat and see? No, they used their old sprite for that. Okay.
당한 만큼 값을 제대로 받아내야죠. 막내도 그렇게 생각하지?
그렇네. 비록 함께하지 못했지만.
응? 앵두 씨 당신 말고 제 말한 거야. 앵두 씨는
Oh, what?
살 뭐로 바꿔달지나 고민해.
Oh, right, yeah, because Angdu doesn't have any arms anymore. That's kind of...
김사카 씨가 들어왔으니
제가 막내라 불릴
Okay, yeah.
없다고 생각됩니다만.
Kim is part of the team. I get it.
한 번 막내는 영원한 막내지.
베스라, 베스파. 벌써부터 힘 빼지 마렴.
Is Rioshu the first Project Moon character with an exact age? Yeah, now that we know her birthday, yeah.
3. 전원. 작전은 제대로 수행했겠지?
약한 자들을 심판하기 위한 작전이지 않은가? 모두 외웠다네.
다들 앰플은 잘 챙기셨나요? 혹시 모르니 개수 확인하세요.
Why?
이거 보통은 구하기도 어려운 제일 비싼 앰플이에요. 이번에도 관리자님
Oh, if we get separated, yeah, I guess.
잘 들고 있어요.
2. 보고. LCA, LCB, LCD, LCE 각각 강습 준비 완료를 확인.
So the Ujat, the Sinners, we know who those are, and then Hohenheimstein as well.
본부 최종 승인 확인.
Let's finish this. And it goes without saying, but we'll make sure they get theirs.
물론이지.
2.
We'll be there soon, Rioshu. The place where those people raised you. The House of Spiders.
응, 괜찮아. 기다리고 있을 게 없나. 작전은 거미줄 태우기 시작합니다.
No, we don't know the ring boss's name. Okay, so this is the dungeon. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. No, we can't skip here. Because... Oh.
작전은 성공.
Bro, what? Okay.
팀 생존자는
It's gonna be the new Ebony Queen's Apple fight? Which fight is this? Pride? Alright. I don't have, like, a blank team for some reason. I guess I can use this one. So, I mean, Pride is mostly just Pierce, Poise at this point. It's actually just Poise in general, actually. Now that I think about it for, like, longer than 2 seconds. Actually, you're fine. I guess, and then... Sinclair, then we've got... this Outis is actually okay. And then we've got a Gug. And these are all level 6. Why aren't you level 60? Hold on. You should be. My goodness. Also, you should be that one. Hold on. We'll read the story after this fight.
잠깐.
길이 같으니 거들어주지.
They didn't decensor Don's name? No, they're gonna decensor it at the next update, probably. Hello, Ebony Queen's Apple. You're the new fight, right? Yeah, so don't hit the fruit. And then just break the roots as fast as possible. Which section has the thing? Left stem. Great, she can't clash. I'm still gonna use that there. Bro, why can't I clash with that? Why is my team so dang slow? What do you think we're getting next week? Nothing. We're not getting an ID next week. Third week never has a new release. Okay, that rolls a little high. Yeah, it's because it's Ebony Queen's apple. I know. I figured it out. So anyways, this is the new Dawn. She's pretty strong, all things considered. If you fulfill her conditions, you're getting this on turn 1. Like, there's no way around it. Does it change the target, or is it in the same? No, it's on the right stem now. Okay. And then I want to redirect it twice. So... because I want those roots dead before that attack goes off. Nah, I don't care. There we go. Come on, Honglu, you got this. Oh, yeah, you definitely does, actually. Get rid of that body part. Thank you. Okay. You're so evil and real. Really hoping for Pinky Student? I'm gonna be so honest, I think we're gonna get all of the apprentices as IDs. It's just they wanted to give us the index one first for whatever reason. I mean, I know the reason. It's because index is the most important one, right? Alright. Let's see. It still gains the thing, doesn't it? Final Power Plus? I don't care. Oh, wait, yeah, where's the left stem? This is remarkably much easier than before. I don't even know why. Oh wait, hold on. Wasn't I doing that on purpose? Yeah. Yeah, go get him, Heath. Use all of your ammo. Isn't it weird we got an index when we didn't even get our character yet? They just wanted to give us a second index ID. I'm gonna be so real with you. It's the only finger that we didn't have multiple IDs for yet. It makes sense that they'd give it to us. I just wish they would have waited. That's all. Okay, that was not... This was not the most difficult, one of these that I've done. It turns out. The reason why we got Index Apprentice is because Sora went all out against us, but the other students had a debuff and or were not allowed to go all out, so we don't know the extent of their kits. I guess that makes sense. I don't know why we got a new Threadlux. We don't need more thread. We got a new Threadlux because the level cap is raised to a point where it's a multiple of 10. And we always get one in that situation. That's impressive. I mean, okay. Now we can read Dawn's Uptie story, because I still haven't. For those who don't know, the name of this ID is the Index Proxy Efflorest Ego Procuration Don Quixote. And shout out to all of the people that, when I said that she was a proxy or some equivalent, that I had to be wrong. Because not only did they not read the and or some equivalent part, but they assumed apprentice was a different rank. But yeah, we get to read the Uptie story. Because I haven't read this yet. I didn't want to read it before doing the... Whoever art thou? That's Yi Sang, I think. I was bidden to introduce myself a proxy of the Index, the one who will guide you to an abode of your dwelling. Or perhaps you should call me Yi Sang, should that be to your preference. Hermes. I meant to say the prescript. By the prescript's own implication, extrapolated from its wording, a second kindred you must be. Second kindred? Whatever art thou referring to? And my fellow fixers here have warned me that I mustn't leave the confines of this. There is little cause for you to be so fixated on these so-called fixers and the things they utter. And why is that? Because they do not have answers. I, on the other hand, can give you the only answers. Only the answers. How is such a thing possible? You endeavored to lull even the beckoning aroma of blood to silence. Thus, were I to speak upon the plane within your grasp, you might wish to think it this way. It is thanks to this device, the great magic beeper. Here, do you see it? Its beeps and bleeps carry along certain words to be displayed. Oh! Rocinante, verily, I deem this not the right path. I wish to set forth anon and fulfill the task of which my master hath laid upon me. And yet, the great magic beeper is still... this is it! Master, the ciphers, verily, they appear too intricate. Should I, by mischance, let them slip from my memory, would I then be lost to this place forevermore? Be at ease, for naught here calls for your concern. Okay, he is the nurse father. He was just a proxy at first, but now he's a nurse father. Whatever. Once you have carried out the prescript, the great magic beeper will lead you back home. You need only gallop on to where the prescript points, astride the saddle of Rocinante the Faithful. Pray, wouldst thou open this door for me? 'Tis locked, forbidding my passage. 'Tis a grievous hindrance indeed. I would fain step within. Hark, Rocinante, to cast all caution aside and charge forth with reckless abandon, 'tis a thing most unwise. I am not well versed in the speechcraft of persuasion, but ahem. I am already aware of thy presence within. Perchance these lifeless bodies have struck fear into thee? Fear not, friend. Thou needst not quake so. These were but unkind souls, most unkind. As I observed upon my way hither, I did notice the researchers here to be, kind. They were kind, forsooth, each and all of them. Verily, I'm quite fond of those who are kind. I pray thee, open the door. I shall do thee no harm. Has aught gone awry? You look as though you are sunken beneath a heavy gloom. It mirrors the memory of your disappointment a few months ago when you told me that just and heroic fixers inked in pages failed to take flesh among those you met. Well, the other compatriots of mine are the House of Spiders. They lend not their ears unto my voice. All they do is bully me. They are always vexed by my stammering tongue, and cut me off even though I haven't finished speaking. Don't let yourself be saddened overmuch. They are all fierce of character, within a singular disposition. I meant only to converse with them a while. Would they but speak as kindly as thou dost, my kind master? I cannot understand why they are so eager to wound me with their sharp words. Wherefore dost thou not answer me? So thou hast resolved to not open this door. Denying it shall profit thee not. The great magic beeper hath made known to me all thy designs. It cannot be helped. There is one I must needs meet. My master would have it so, and I do wish it as well. 'Tis a fate preordained by the great magic beeper. Thus thou art in the wrong for denying me entry. Decide. Unlock. Transcend. Hast thou the conviction? The absolute, unbreakable conviction on the definitions of good and evil? Many are those who have come to accept the prescripts. Those who gladly wear the blindfold of faith in service of the prescripts are, indeed, also quite prevalent in the ranks of the Index. Yet the efflorescence of your ego signifies the conception of a most unusual perspective within you. Your conviction lies beyond the mere acceptance of prescripts, beyond ordinary fatalism. Only when the infinite verisimilitude of one's own immanent yearning in the prescript is attained, that the procuration of one is akin to the procuration of the other, does the will of the prescript become one's own ego. Then, hath mine efforts finally begin to shine through? Nay, that is not entirely correct, for endeavors to shape one's own cerebration are oft exercises in futility. An apt explanation would say that such a state is not something that can be consciously striven toward. Whoa. Yet I have it! If only blind, obsessive faith were the therapy to one's soul, the lives of city dwellers would have improved, if to a nigh indiscernible degree. One cannot blossom an ego merely by believing in or by adhering to the delineation of good and evil as defined by the prescript. To quote a certain child, it is possible only when the infinite verisimilitude to one's own immanent yearning and the prescripts are attained. Like a looping echo, the prescripts in the child's consciousness must interlock with the infinitesimal difference. These security walls are useless without the emergency defense systems, huh? She ripped right through it. But as long as I have this ego gear... Thus spake my master. Bring the outfit of the one who walketh the path full of dazzling colors, the path intent on thwarting all attempts to memorize it. 'Tis by great fortune that I found it in time. Attunement level at 70%. With this I can... The researcher, who lost all will to fight as soon as he saw the child tear through the security wall, raised his attunement level with the ego. He must have been rather optimistic about his chance of survival and escape, especially with an ego extracted from the wayward child. However... 30 seconds. The distorted and pulverized vibrations of the city contain more than just the present. In the flutterings of anticipation lies the future, and in the reverberations of regret the past. Thus, in between the myriad vibrations, are faint frequencies that have escaped the laws of causality, captured then by a god of the city and written into prescripts in which causes and effects are enmeshed in disarray. It may have actualized. The echoes of fate. Kill all of the doors of the ceiling. Thou hast fled above mine head. Effloresced ego procuration. That ego, which is a proxy of a god of the city, is quite similar to a distortion. A concept perceived as prescripts. Oh, this isn't yet. Effloresced ego procuration. Just as it was the case with the nurse father of the Index, whom the child allows as her master. It is interesting how even the ego that bloomed from her own heart is but an imitation of something else. There are no attachments or sentimentalities when master kills. Prithee, I beg thy understanding that there is no ill will to my killing of thee just the same. Much blood has been spilled on my cloak. His head smashed into unrecognizable mulch, the researcher slumps to the floor. The child takes the ego gear off the dead researcher for herself before looking around helplessly. She has come across a fork in the road. A choice must be made. To sally forth or to retreat? I would much prefer to sally forth, yet... The great magic beeper has spoken. I am to sally forth. Hast thou borne witness to it, O Rocinante? Once again, the will of the prescript did align with mine own. Okay, this is how she grabbed the wayward ego gear? Yeah, probably. Just stealing it. So the gods of the city are a thing, huh? That's interesting. Anyways. It's actually not that interesting, if I'm gonna be honest. Hee yeah. Oh, god dang it. Okay. I'll do that later. So as you can see, I have enough ego level to get the ego as they come out. Anyways, Overall thoughts. Honestly, it's a little disappointing. The two actually new fights are cool. Mechanically, at least. It would be nice if the Pinky Nurse Father fight wasn't just a damage race, but people were freaking out about Index Yisang for some reason. I mean, it's just because he's the Nurse Father. But at the same time, that seems to be on equivalence with a proxy, so it's probably not unheard of either. If I go to the centers, it's still censored, but we do know what this is. Compared to the other part 2s. Oh, I misread that. I thought you said the other 2 parts. Well, to be fair, Honglu's a bit of an outlier because you don't normally get the dungeon in part 2. But like, the fact that we only got 2 new enemies in part 2, and they're both boss fights. It's like, it does kind of seem like this is being a little rushed, which is unfortunate. Like, I get it. There's an explanation as to why we're only fighting the Pekatola and the abnormalities and stuff, but like, I would have preferred to see something new. I wouldn't expect it to be all new enemies from here on out. We're gonna fight more ring mannequins, and we're gonna fight the apprentices more, most likely, because they're still around. They really wanted it out by this date because they just didn't want to delay it. The last time there were delays, people were really upset, basically. It's like, I don't know how to put it. It feels like the entirety of parts 1 and 2 were equivalent to just part 1 of Canto 5. You know? I would have rather they, like, if they could have fit the entire invasion sequence into section 1, it probably would have felt better. But didn't the Canto also get leaked? No. There was almost nothing about the Canto that got leaked. Technically, the thing that I know got leaked is still not here, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Heathcliff's ego got leaked. Rioshu's drifting blade ID got leaked, and there was one other thing that we still haven't seen, so I'm not gonna talk about that. They messed up by including it in one of the older update files. They weren't supposed to include it in there. It wasn't a real leak. So don't worry about that. They just messed up. It didn't really reveal anything about the Canto. So I dislike being able to use only 4 sinners for 60% of the Canto. I can see that being a big criticism of it, yeah. Especially since the 4 sinners that you get to use don't include any of the sinners who are getting new IDs. People like being able to use the new things for new content. And while I think limiting the party is really cool in concept, making people unable to use the new things, the thing that got leaked still is not here. It was part of the files that weren't supposed to be included in an update. That's all. It's not in the game anymore. You can't find it if you go through the game files, because they took it out after that update. I ran a sinking team in every Canto, and I was forced into Tremor Hemorrhage. I actually really do like the Tremor team. I would have been using Envy Resonance more if I could, but unfortunately the Sinners they give you access to here don't really allow for it. It could have been done differently. Letting us use the others would have been nice. I don't know how they would have been able to do it, but giving us segments where we use the other groups of 4 would have been really cool. But obviously that, based on how the story goes here, that obviously wouldn't make sense. It was kind of annoying that I only got to use the new Dawn once. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I feel like everyone did Tremor Hemorrhage since that was the only team you can really make. That's not true. What are the 4 Sinners? You get Rioshu, you get Yi Sang, you get Merceau, and you get Gregor. So you can build a pretty competent Poise team with those 4, just in general. You've got Drifting Blade and Butler here. And you've got Blade Lineage Yi Sang, you've got Blade Lineage Merceau, and then obviously you've got Heisho Gregor, and you've got Pirate Gregor. I wouldn't say Poise is the best thing you can do with them. These 4 can run a very competent burn setup. Like, Thumb Merceau... I mean, Liu Rioshu is not, like, optimal, but you can still run her and burn. You've got Liu Yi Sang, and you've got Fire Fist Gregor. There's a very good bleed setup you could do with these 4 as well, yeah. Like, Ring Yi Sang fits into literally any team, so you don't really need to worry about him. You've got Red Eyes and Penitence, N-Corp Ego are both great bleed IDs. Merceau as the Prince of La Mancha Land, so, like, you know. And then Gregor also has the Priest of La Mancha Land and Night Owl's Capitano. At that point, you're kind of running Hybrid Tremor as well, but whatever. Between Liu, we have Butler Rioshu for burn. No, I think in the case that you only have 4 IDs, Liu is probably better. Having more options to actually inflict the burn when you have fewer units is a good idea. Butler is not a bad unit in burn, but I'm just saying, in this scenario, it's probably better to use Liu. Princess Free Sustain, that's true, yeah. I think, honestly, a bleed team would... I think the reason that they aren't allowing you to use every Sinner is that there's a couple teams that you could run that just absolutely destroy everything that these fights can do. One of those teams is a bleed team. Obviously, you could still use it against the Pinky Nurse Father, but you know. But, like, against the apprentices, if you run bleed, they just evaporate. Like, with the full, Blood Fiend setup. Another thing that just evaporates everything is the Heishos, obviously, because they're the best team in the game. But missed out on Prince Merceau and just ran his Leihang ID. Yeah, exactly. Both of those IDs are crazy. I think I maybe overvalue Thumb Merceau. He is kind of just a hard hitter, but he does hit very hard. And obviously he works well in Tremor. But, like, yeah, limiting to 4 Sinners for, like, 90% of the fights is annoying. Does Heisho Swap count as a team? Yes, very much so. I saw a bleed in one term against Lucio. Yeah, because Lucio is, like, the only fight where you're allowed to use your entire team. Is part of the problem. I don't really like the Heisho as a team. I think their mechanics are cool, but I would rather run other things. That's part of me just not liking Rupture as a mechanic. But also, you know. I would say that limiting the Sinners is fine, but it shouldn't be, like, the entire time. It should be for a few stages at most, honestly. In terms of what else is happening in the Canto, the whole thing with Sora, and I don't remember the other guy's name because he just dies, following you around just kind of seems unnecessary. I know it's to introduce the character, but, like, it doesn't really lead to anything. All the Sinners realize that she's an enemy pretty much immediately. She ends up being an enemy. The other guy does nothing. It's like, yeah, Ravi. That's his name. So, like, at that point, why not have us, like, fight members of the Index instead? And just cut that plot point, introduce Sora as the apprentice of the Index as you get to the end of that point, and that would probably feel more fulfilling. Because the second you see Sora, you know she's an enemy. It's like... Ravi just exists for filler ID. I mean, he's not even an ID. That's the problem. He wasn't even wearing Ego. He's not going to get an ID. It's like all of the Index apprentices. All of the apprentices kind of just show up and then you fight them in the same cutscene. You should write the Canto instead? No, I don't think I should. I haven't read Hell's Screen. I wouldn't know where to take it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like being put in the same position to write the story, I wouldn't also make similar mistakes. I think I would have, like, probably just delayed the Canto and had it, maybe adjusted somewhat, personally, but I'm also not the head of a company, so I couldn't tell you if that's absolutely... No, he didn't have Ego gear. He was just wearing an LCE uniform. It wasn't Ego. I also, like, I've said it already, this ID existing right now is a little annoying. I think what they should have done, if they're going to give us all the apprentices as IDs, give us Lucio's first. You see Lucio on stage 3 of the Canto. He's not got any fancy mechanics that are going to, like, if you read them and you're just like, oh, that spoils the entire character. He just, like, he clashes, and as he continues to clash, his clashing gets better. That's not unique to him. Right? It would make so much more sense. You could give a little more support to Burn and Tremor, who are both maybe not falling behind necessarily, but it's like, if you wanted to introduce another Index ID, then you should have made us fight some Index grunts and give us another Index Proselyte ID, right? But it just feels like, if anything, this should be the next ID we get. The presentation initially, once it wore off, you kind of realize that giving us this now is not the optimal time. Maybe Honglu Lucio since he needs a good Burn ID? I don't really know if that's true. You can run Lord of Hongyan and Burn, and it's actually really satisfying to use. Like, that's the place where I like to use Lord of Hongyan, Honglu. But any of the other apprentices would have been a better idea. Just because... Well, hold on. We haven't seen one of them, right? No, we have. I don't think we should have gotten the middle apprentice, because we haven't actually seen her fight yet. But aside from that, you could have given any of the other 3. And that would have been okay. I also think... Okay, this is going to be a different complaint. But it's going to make sense once I actually say it out loud. You ready, chat? This is not where I meant to go. Hold on. As much as I love this Ego for what it is, this should have been a Drenched Gossipium Ego. Because with how the story played out, Drenched Gossipium has a very clear point to showing up in the story. They should have, like, tried to make one of the Ego at least be for that. Because, again, while this is really cool, that Abnormality doesn't have an Ego. It doesn't have an Ego ID. It doesn't have anything, basically. And I can justify Move and Reg being here because it's a stand-in for Human Thunderbolt. But, like, Teddy wasn't even relevant. That's not Teddy. And that should tell you everything you need to know. This one is fine because, again, it's a stand-in for Human Thunderbolt, who is not an abnormality. So, like, it makes a little sense. But also, we don't even get to see Human Thunderbolt. It's just kind of a guy in a suit. No, this is Will You Play. This is not Hurting Teddy Bear. It's a completely different abnormality, who, to be fair, is in the Mirror Dungeon. But, it's like it has no relevance for the story. At least for now. Maybe they'll give us the abnormality fights in the next part. Who knows? But, yeah. I don't know. I hope that the third part is a lot more, like, it feels more complete than these two were. Because so far, this Canto has been a bit disappointing for me. That is all. That is all I really have to complain about. Criticize, whatever. Whatever you want to call it. I'm sure there's going to be like 30 people in, who will go and, from the stream chat, will go and talk to somebody else and be like, I can't believe Limbus YouTuber played the new content and just complained about it. There's a lot that I like about this update too. Like, I think the ID itself that Don got is really cool. I wish I could have used it. I think that the actual, like, new boss fights are both really solid. I still contest all the people in chat saying that I would not have won the fight without Vespa. I feel like I definitely would have. Because that fight, once you get SP, is not that bad, even though it does have, like, 10 offense level on you. It's like, we beat Lei Heng. He clashes at a 17 minimum during the end of the fight. And it's not that big of an issue, so... It doesn't help that Rioshu's Canto is a lot smaller scale than Honglu's and Don's, which I like, but I can understand why it bothers. I don't even have a problem with that. It's just that so far we haven't even got that much interaction with the main antagonists of the Canto. Like, yeah, the ring guy is there. We don't even know his name yet. The index guy Rien is supposed to be the main antagonist of the Canto. We've spoken to him once. Like, he aura farms in part 1, and then he doesn't actually talk until part 2. And in only, like, a few sentences. I know you get the flashbacks for him, but that's not really him talking. That's just... what's it called? I don't remember what it's called. You've got the middle guy, who, yeah, he does, like, chase after the Distortion Detective team. It feels like they wrote that section of the story to make the Distortion Detective team look cool. Because if they showed up in a Canto and weren't the coolest people in the room, the people who read Distortion Detective would have been upset. Yeah, exposition was the word I was looking for. And it's just like, okay, I guess that's a fair justification for it. I don't feel like Engdu did anything. I gotta be honest. I know she's there because she was taken there after the Blade lineage Intervallo. But, like, she doesn't really feel like she does anything. She's just there. Who's the other ones? The Pinky Nurse Father was present enough that I'm okay with her inclusion the way that she is. Like, she shows up, she is a threat that is clearly there, and you do actually get to fight her, even though the fight is a bit scripted. And the fight is cool. Like, that's more than I can say for all the other ones. And then Valencina just shows up for cutscenes. You've become the second Escu? Not really. Escu still probably puts more work into his videos than I do, but that's like, you know, good on him. Can I give my opinion? Okay, you brought him up, so now you have to deal with this. Can I give my opinion on his most recent video? Because I like Escu's content. I think he does pretty good stuff. I think that there are a few complaints in there that I definitely agree with. I think that the Heisho CIDs should not exist. Because they don't show up in the story at all, basically. I agree with that point. I think that the first two Heisho Mao IDs should be... I think that Middle Sinclair should have been the second ID for that Arabella. I agree with that too, because the Heisho Mao IDs, from a silhouette perspective, look exactly the same. And that's really annoying for me as an aesthetician. I'm of the camp that I would have preferred that we got fewer Heisho IDs. I am not of the opinion that if the branch didn't show up in the content, it does not deserve to exist as an ID. I think what they should have probably done was give us a Rooster ID in part 1, because they actually show up in part 1. Like, put Sinclair there or something. Probably not Sinclair, since he would have just gotten an ID at that point. Then the second ID can be, like, I don't know, man. What else can you... Give us a friggin' ID that doesn't matter. Who cares? It's part 1. Nobody's gonna care if it's an ID that isn't super relevant to the story. Then part 2, you've got, Heisho Mao Faust. That's still fine. That ID deserves to exist. Despite it being absolutely broken. Part 3, there isn't an ID. Part 4, where they introduce the ID for part 3, the thumb stuff is fine. I don't have anything problematic about that. And then you can start introducing Heishos as like, oh yeah, we don't have a banner lined out for this week. Let's give you a Heisho ID. It doesn't even have to be seasonal, because we've got non-seasonal T-Corp IDs. So, like, you could say non-seasonal H-Corp IDs. That's fine. I think that discounting the IDs because they are not relevant to the story isn't fair. Saying that Heisho Sinclair doesn't deserve to exist is unfair, I would say. Saying that Heisho Dawn doesn't deserve to exist is unfair. I like that ID. I'm biased. I think they gave us too many of them. That is true. I'm not going to say anything about Heisho Yi Sang. I think that I think that the conclusion that Heisho Yi Sang is not that good of an ID is just not true. I think he's one of the better IDs in this game. I don't think he's top 10. I think he's just outside of the top 10 of IDs. Probably. I agree with Kamui that he deserves to be placed way higher than everybody puts him. Now, giving us Drifting Blade of Hongyan Rioshu, that was certainly a choice. It's a really cool ID. I don't know if it needs to exist. It's not a Heisho, but it somehow has Heisho mechanics. It's like, why? Oh, the second ID for part 1 should have just been Hierarch Candidate Ishmael. What's the problem with that? T-Corp Outis was an event. He means Don Naroja. Yeah, I know. T-Corp Outis, I'm talking about T-Corp Don and Rodian, who are both standard fare. I think they gave us too much of the same branch of Heisho. Yeah, I agree with that too. I would have liked to see a bit more diversity. Especially since a lot of the sinners that do end up getting Heisho IDs already had IDs for the main statuses of those Heishos. And the really annoying part about it is that you know we're going to get more Heisho IDs when we do the sweeping rerun. So, There's that too, and that's going to be annoying. Though, actually, they might give us a middle ID for that if they're going to lean into the fingers for this season. Which I think would also be fair. Should have just given us sweepers for the sweeper event. No, I don't think they should have. I think giving us one Heisho ID for that event is completely justified. We do fight them after all. But they should have given us like a middle ID for the second one. Or just give us an ego instead of a second ID. That would have been fine too. I don't know what ego they would have given us. Probably something stupid. Like I say that, but I know it's gonna be like, oh yeah, just give us like Fairy Gentleman ego. Who cares? It would actually kind of fit. Because Fairy Gentleman is made out of like a goop. Guess who else is made out of a goop? The sweepers. So it might have fit a little bit. Who knows? Or make up an entirely new abnormality that takes the place for the sweepers. Who cares? Be creative with it. 1 C and 1 Mao, then Zilu in the second C. I think we should have just gotten the C at the end of the Canto as like another ID they give it to us. Is mostly what I'm complaining about. Should have just not given a Rioshu a Mao ID. 3 is too many, and they were going to make Drifting Blade later anyway, so I feel like Outis and Faust would have been fine. I agree with that. I think having more than 2 would have been fine. Oh yeah, here's the other thing. They have so many characters in Canto 8 that could have been made into IDs that weren't. Right? You've got Shui Pan, obviously is one that a lot of people really want. Because he's honestly more important than a lot of them. You could have given us a Shi Hua ID. You could have given us I don't know the names of the other 2 guys. Sorry, the other 3 guys, I should say. But them, any of them. I guess Drifting Blade is technically a Night Drifter ID, so we don't really need to complain about that. But, yeah. Like, I disagree with some of the conclusions that he comes to. Like, saying that Bloodflame should have been Bleed and Burn, I think is kind of stupid. Because it's like, it's his own blood. It's not the enemy's blood. That was a stupid point. I'll dock him points for that one. What about that one guy smoking the pipe in Canto 8? Why didn't we get an ID for him? Well, I think we just didn't get an ID for him because we didn't fight him, but... It's not a Night Drifter ID, it's not even called that. Yeah, I know, but it's supposed to be, like, a combination of both... Oh, I forgot her name, shit. It's supposed to be, like, a combination of Night Drifter and... I feel really stupid for forgetting her name because I always got on people for pronouncing it wrong. But now I can't remember it. Deo, that's it. Yeah, Lin Deo. Like... You know. In the position, not as him. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but those are effectively the same thing. For the purposes of IDs, those are the same thing. But yeah, give it... Like, any of the family IR candidates would have been better. But yeah, I could sit here and criticize stuff for another 10 minutes, but I'm really hungry, so I think I'm gonna end the stream now. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to go eat, and then work on the ID overview, which is not coming out tomorrow. Don't even think about it. That'll be out on Saturday. There's just too much stuff to fit in there for me to get it done in one night. So... Oh well. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you all back again soon. Bye-bye.